Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I was 9 years old, and I had this routine I followed every weekday. School ended at 2:45 p.m., and since we lived just behind the school, I'd walk home by myself. It wasn't even a block, really, just a stretch of sidewalk that curved around the school fence, across a crosswalk, and up a small hill to our duplex. I liked walking home alone. It made me feel independent, and most days I didn't mind that my dad didn't get home until nearly 4 p.m. My mom worked later, and my older sibling had already moved out by then. So for a little over an hour, the house was mine. At least, it was supposed to be. Even back then, I was scared of intruders. Not just the normal kind of scared like when someone mentions burglars in a movie, but a kind of fear that sat with me every day. I didn't know where it came from, but it followed me around, mostly in silence, like background noise. I'd unlock the door when I got home, step inside, and immediately feel this tight knot in my chest until I checked every room. I'd do it the same way each time. Kitchen, living room, bathroom, then my room, and finally my parents' bedroom. I never went up into the attic, though. We had a folding wooden ladder that pulled down from the ceiling in their bedroom. I'd seen my dad use it before to get Christmas decorations or old boxes. I hated that ladder. It creaked like it was ready to snap in half, and it led up into this dark hole that never got enough light. I never had the courage to go up there, not even a little. The worst part about the house was the walls. Our neighbors lived right on the other side, same layout, just mirrored, and I could always hear them. Their kids were wild, constantly running up and down the stairs or yelling across rooms. At night, I could sometimes hear muffled conversations or TVs through the wall. I'd gotten used to it mostly. But every once in a while, when I was already feeling paranoid, those noises would mess with me. I'd freeze when I heard something I couldn't explain right away, like a soft thud or a dragging sound. Most of the time, I could convince myself it was them. This time, though, I couldn't. It was a Wednesday. I remember that clearly because we had library day at school, and I'd brought home a new book I was excited to read. It was one of those big chapter books that made me feel older than I was. I walked home like always, bag slung over one shoulder, holding the book in my hand the whole way. The air was cool, the sky was still bright, and nothing felt strange or off. When I got inside, I locked the door behind me. That part was automatic by now. The door had one of those twisty bolt locks you could do from the inside, and I always did it right away. Then I kicked off my shoes, dropped my bag by the stairs, and walked into the kitchen to grab a juice box. I still felt okay at this point. Normal. I remember stabbing the straw into the juice box and thinking I might lie down on the couch for a bit before reading. I was halfway through the hallway when I heard it. A noise, not loud but clear. It came from above me. Not from the wall to my right, where the neighbors lived, but from the ceiling, directly above. I stopped walking. It was a soft thump, then another. Slow. Then something scraped, like wood against wood. It came again, heavier this time, like someone's footstep. Then two in a row. I knew immediately what part of the house it was. The attic. My whole body just froze. That tight knot in my chest. It snapped into a sharp kind of panic. The attic wasn't supposed to make noise. No one was up there. No one ever was when I was home alone. And this didn't sound like a squirrel or something small like that. These were slow, steady footsteps. I stood completely still, staring up at the ceiling as if I could see through it. Then I heard it again. A creak. I knew that sound. It was the attic stairs unfolding. I didn't think. I just turned and bolted. I didn't go out the front door. For some reason, I ran into the living room and crouched behind the coat closet. It wasn't a great hiding spot, but I was 9 and terrified, and that was the closest place I could think of. The closet door was open, so I tucked myself into the corner behind it. My knees were pressed up to my chest, and my arms were wrapped around them, so tight they started to hurt. I could barely breathe, and I tried to make myself as small and silent as possible. I stared at the hallway waiting. I couldn't see the attic stairs from where I was, but I could hear them. They creaked with weight. Someone was coming down them. Not fast, not slow, just steadily, step by step. I could hear each individual board groan under the pressure. It didn't stop. I sat there, completely helpless. thinking that whoever was in my house was about to walk right into the hallway, right past the closet, and I didn't know what they would do if they saw me. Then I heard the attic ladder fold up, that wooden snap as it tucked back into the ceiling. That confused me for a second, but the fear didn't go away. Right after that, I heard footsteps on the carpeted stairs. Not the attic stairs this time, the main staircase. The one that went from the bedrooms down to the main floor. The steps were soft but unmistakable. I counted them, 1, 2, 3, until they reached the bottom. I stared at the hallway like I was trying to burn holes through the air, waiting for something, anything. The front door opened. I didn't move. The door closed. Footsteps came into the hallway, and then the closet door moved. I jerked back so hard I hit the wall behind me and made a small noise. I couldn't help it. The door fully opened, and standing there was my dad. Just my dad, holding his briefcase, looking tired like he always did after work. He looked down at me, confused, but I didn't move. I couldn't. My body was still locked in fear, but now it was starting to mix with confusion and embarrassment. He asked if I was okay. I remember that, even though I didn't respond. I just nodded slowly and crawled out. I didn't tell him anything right away. I don't think I even said a word until dinner. I was too shaken to explain. He thought maybe I'd fallen or gotten scared of something outside, but I didn't correct him. I couldn't, because the thing that scared me the most wasn't that someone had been in the attic. It was the timeline. My dad was supposed to get home at 4. I looked at the clock while I was sitting in the closet. It was 3:51 when the door opened. That meant whatever I'd heard upstairs, coming down the attic ladder, and then the stairs, had happened before he arrived. But the front door only opened once. I would have heard it. I would have heard the lock click, the knob turn, the hinges creak. It didn't open until 3:51. So who, or what, closed the attic ladder and went down the stairs before my dad came home? I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that maybe I imagined it, that maybe the sounds were from the neighbors again, or maybe the wood shifting. But I knew what I heard. I knew it wasn't my imagination. I knew the difference between footsteps and creaks, between the attic ladder and the house settling. I knew it too well. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I laid in bed with the covers up to my nose, my eyes wide open, listening to every single sound the house made. Every click of the heater, every rustle from outside. I was convinced someone had been in the attic, and somehow they had gotten out before my dad got home. Or worse, they hadn't gotten out. I kept imagining them hiding up there, watching me, listening. I didn't say anything to my parents for weeks. I was too embarrassed. I didn't want them to think I was scared of nothing. But after that, I refused to be in the house alone. I started walking slower after school, taking the long way home, even pretending to forget stuff in my locker just to waste time. Sometimes I'd sit outside on the steps until I saw my dad's car pull into the driveway. I'd make up excuses. I'd say I needed fresh air or that I was looking for something I dropped. Eventually, I did tell my mom. It came out in pieces, not all at once. She said I was probably just hearing the neighbors or maybe a raccoon in the attic, but I could tell she wasn't fully convinced. My dad checked the attic the next weekend. He didn't find anything. No sign of forced entry, no animals, no open boxes, nothing out of place. But I still didn't feel better, because that didn't explain the ladder unfolding. That didn't explain the footsteps, the slow walk down the attic stairs, then the regular stairs. That didn't explain the timing. Looking back now, as an adult, I still can't explain it. And I've had weirder, scarier things happen to me since then, moments in the woods, out camping, or even in other people's homes. But that one experience stuck with me. It was small. It only lasted a few minutes. But it got under my skin in a way nothing else ever has. Maybe it was because I was so young, or maybe because I was alone and already afraid. But that fear, raw, paralyzing, immediate, left a mark. I haven't been able to sleep comfortably in silence ever since. I always leave something on now, a fan, music, even a podcast playing softly in the background. It helps, not because it stops the sounds, but because it drowns out just enough of them that I don't have to wonder what I'm hearing. It keeps my brain from spiraling into that same fear I felt behind that closet door. Even now, every time I visit my parents and I walk past their bedroom, I glance up at the attic panel. I don't mean to. It just happens. I stare at that little square in the ceiling and remember the weight of silence, the sound of steps overhead, and the way my entire world shrunk to the size of a closet while I waited to find out what was coming down the stairs. It was a normal road trip, or at least it started that way. Me and my friends, a group of 6 of us, all in our mid-20s, had just wrapped up a long work trip down south in Mexico. Our company had sent us to handle some business with a few local clients, nothing too out of the ordinary. The job went smoothly, and after a long week, we were finally heading back home. The whole trip had been pretty uneventful until that night. The road back was winding and lonely. We were heading through the outskirts of one of the most dangerous parts of Mexico, an area notorious for cartel activity, robberies, and violent crime. We knew the risks, but it was a route that most people took, so it didn't cross our minds too much. The sun had set hours ago, and the road was dark, save for the headlights of our van lighting up the stretch of asphalt in front of us. We were feeling good, the kind of feeling you get when you've had a successful trip, and now you're heading home. I was sitting in the back with my buddy Jorge, chatting about random stuff, and the others were up front in the van. We had a cooler with some beers, which we cracked open, passing them around as the conversation flowed. We were joking, laughing, and all around enjoying the trip back. At some point, one of the guys in the front seat, Miguel, pulled out a joint. Now, I've never been the smoking type. I'm a straight-laced guy, no interest in drugs or anything like that. But for some odd reason, I decided to take a hit. Maybe it was the beer, or maybe the mood of the trip, but I did it. I don't know why, I just did. We passed the joint around, taking turns, and the night seemed to stretch on in a haze of smoke and laughter. The road was empty, the kind of emptiness that's only found in areas that are truly isolated, where you can go miles without seeing a single sign of life. There were no streetlights, no signs of towns or homes, just a long, dark highway cutting through the countryside. We were in the middle of nowhere. As we were cruising along, something felt off. I can't explain it exactly, but the vibe shifted. Maybe it was the dark roads or the beers kicking in, but I got this uneasy feeling in my stomach. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just paranoid, but that nagging feeling didn't go away. We were driving along, listening to music, when suddenly out of nowhere, a black SUV appeared, cutting across the road right in front of us. The van's headlights flashed on the vehicle for a split second before it came to a screeching halt. I didn't even have time to process what had just happened. My heart skipped a beat, and instinctively, my hands shot up to grip the seat in front of me. The SUV blocked the road, and within seconds, 6 men jumped out. They were all wearing tactical gear, carrying automatic rifles. I couldn't even react. My brain went completely numb. I couldn't process what was going on. I just stared at them, frozen, as they approached the van. One of the men started yelling at us in rapid Spanish, but I couldn't even understand him. All I could think was, this is it. They're going to kill us. They're going to take us, and no one is ever going to know what happened. The guy who was yelling pointed his rifle at the driver's seat, where Miguel was sitting. My eyes locked onto Miguel's, and I could see the fear in his eyes. He was visibly shaking, but his hands were gripping the wheel, trying to keep calm. The men were shouting at us now, telling us to get out of the vehicle, their guns aimed directly at us. The other guys in the van started to fumble with their seatbelts, slowly opening the doors, probably terrified as hell, just like me. We all filed out of the van, one by one, like sheep being led to slaughter. My mind was racing, my heart pounding in my chest. I felt dizzy, the world spinning around me. I kept thinking about my family, my friends, about all the things I would never get to do again. I thought about how they'd never find us, how our bodies would just disappear into the desert, forgotten and lost. My stomach turned. The men weren't speaking to us anymore. They just shoved us into a rough line, making us kneel in front of a ditch, probably a few feet away from a small, crumbling building. The place had the look of an old hacienda, half destroyed, like it had been abandoned for years. I could see the remnants of an old ranch, dirt patches where crops used to grow, now dried up and cracked under the weight of time. The wind howled through the empty spaces of the building, and the air smelled of dust and decay. I couldn't help but wonder if this was the place where they'd dump us after they were done with us. We were kneeling, staring at the ground. I didn't dare look up, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of what was happening. The sound of the men talking to each other in low voices barely reached my ears. I felt the cold steel of the rifle barrel press against the back of my head, and I just knew that I was seconds away from being shot. The tension in the air was unbearable. Each breath I took felt like a weight in my chest. Suddenly, one of the men, a taller guy with a scar running down his face, walked over to us and stopped in front of my friend Juan. I saw his face go pale, his lips trembling. The man looked down at him, then glanced over at the other guys. "Hey," he said, his voice rough. "Aren't you Juan? The one who works for that company?" He looked like he was trying to place the name, trying to remember something. Juan didn't answer right away. He just nodded, his face dripping with sweat. I could see his hands shaking. The man's eyes narrowed. Then he spoke again, asking if Juan still worked for Jose. I didn't know who Jose was, but I could feel a shift in the atmosphere. The tension loosened just a little. Juan nodded again, and the man stepped back. "Hold on," he muttered, pulling out his phone. He made a call, talking to someone for a moment, before hanging up and looking at us. His demeanor had changed. He looked less threatening now, almost like he was working out a deal. "You're free to go," he said, his voice quieter than before. "We owe Jose a favor." My heart nearly stopped at those words. It felt like the weight of the world had been lifted off my chest, but the relief was short-lived. The man turned to his companions and nodded. "But not without some punishment," he said. His tone was colder now, and the next thing I knew, they were dragging Juan to his feet. They beat him. Hard. It wasn't anything life-threatening, but it was brutal. They didn't hold back. Juan screamed out in pain as they struck him with their fists, kicking him in the ribs. I couldn't do anything but watch. The fear in my gut was replaced with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I wanted to scream, to shout, to do something, anything, but all I could do was watch as my friend was punished for something I didn't even understand. After they were done, they stripped him of his clothes. One was left there, standing in the dirt, his bare skin exposed to the cold night air, utterly humiliated. I didn't know what to say, how to react. My mind was numb. I didn't understand why they had let us go, but I was too terrified to question it. All I knew was that I was alive, and somehow we were free to go. We got back into the van, the doors slamming shut with a finality that echoed in my ears. We didn't say anything. The air was thick with tension, and the weight of what had just happened hung over us like a dark cloud. We drove slowly, carefully, the headlights cutting through the darkness in a strange, quiet procession. No one spoke, not a word. When we finally made it out of that area, we all breathed a collective sigh of relief, but the silence was deafening. There were no jokes, no music, just the sound of the engine humming and the occasional rustle as we all shifted uncomfortably in our seats. As we drove, I kept thinking about what had just happened, about how close we had come to never making it back home. I couldn't stop thinking about Juan, sitting there naked and humiliated, his face bruised and battered. He was a part of our group, and it was hard to look at him the same way again after that. We didn't talk about the incident much after that night. It wasn't until over a year later, when we were all together again, that it finally came up in conversation. The tension was still there, but we all knew that we had shared something none of us would ever forget. It was a bond forged in fear, in survival, and it changed us all. But as much as we tried to move on, as much as we tried to pretend it never happened, we all knew one thing for sure. We had gotten out by the grace of something, or someone watching over us. And we would never take our safety for granted again. It was the early hours of the morning when I woke up, still in a fog of sleep. I hated being woken up, especially this early. My head was heavy, and the sleepiness wrapped around me like a blanket. It was a Friday night, and I remember thinking about the fact that I'd just come from school. I had been tired and just wanted to rest. But then I felt it, my mother shaking me, urgently, pulling me out of my dreamlike state. Confused, I opened my eyes slowly, blinking at the blurry room around me. The dim light that came from the hallway gave everything a strange, eerie glow. My mom's face loomed over me, wide-eyed, frantic. She was screaming, her voice sharp and full of panic. wake up," she was saying. "We need to get out. Now." I could hardly process her words. My brain was too foggy. I didn't understand what was happening. As my mind slowly began to wake up, I could hear something awful. The fire alarm was blaring. The high-pitched sound of it echoed through the house. My stomach dropped. Then I noticed it, the smoke. It was creeping under the door, curling into the room in thick, heavy tendrils. The smell hit me next, sharp and acrid, burning my nostrils. Get up! Get up!" My mom was screaming again, her voice frantic. Come on. I tried to move, but everything felt like it was happening in slow motion. I was still half asleep, barely understanding what was going on. My mother shoved me out of the bed, her hands shaking, and she ran over to the door. She grabbed the coats that were lying around the room and shoved them underneath the door, trying to block the smoke from pouring in. I could hear the panic in her voice as she called 999, the emergency number. The line was long, and I could hear the operator's voice in the background, but my mom was screaming into the phone. I looked over at my sister, who was still asleep in the other bed. My mom pushed me toward her, still frantically talking to the operator. "Wake your sister up," she demanded. "Wake her up now." I scrambled to my sister's side, shaking her, trying to get her to wake up. She was groggy and confused, just like I had been. Her eyes fluttered open, and she looked at me, her face scrunching up in confusion. I tried to calm her down, telling her it was okay, even though I wasn't sure myself. The whole house was in chaos. The fire alarm kept blaring, and smoke filled the air, making it hard to breathe. Then my mom screamed again. "Shit, my son." I didn't understand what she meant at first. I thought she was panicking about the fire. But then she handed me the phone and told me to shut the door and block it as soon as she left. She said, "Don't open it for anyone but me. You hear me? You don't open it for anyone." I nodded, even though I was still too out of it to fully understand what was happening. I grabbed the phone and told the operator my name, trying to remember the steps my mom had just told me. I could barely hear anything over the blaring fire alarm. I was panicked, but I had to focus. My sister was standing beside me now, her hand clutching mine, her face pale with fear. My mom was talking quickly to the operator, her words rushing out of her mouth in a blur. I barely understood them, but she sounded so desperate. It was only when my mom suddenly ran out of the room that I understood. She had forgotten my brother. He wasn't in the house with us. My brother usually stayed at my grandparents' house on weekends, but that weekend, there was an issue with the buses. He'd stayed home with us, and my mom had completely forgotten about him in the chaos. I felt my heart skip a beat. My brother was still in the house. The thought of him being in danger was terrifying. I didn't know what to do. I just wanted to follow my mom and help, but she was already gone. It wasn't long before my mom came back, looking frantic, holding my brother by the arm. He looked a little dazed, like he hadn't fully woken up yet. But when I saw his face, my stomach dropped. I knew something was wrong. When the door opened, I was hit by a wall of smoke. It was thick and suffocating, making it hard to breathe. I could hardly see anything through it. My brother stood at the top of the stairs, his face pale with fear. He tried to say something, but it was hard to hear over the roaring fire alarm. Then, my brother did something that shocked me. He tried to jump out of the window. He wasn't thinking clearly. He was panicking. The window was on the second floor, and he must have thought it was the only way out. I remember seeing him standing there, his eyes wide with fear, and then suddenly, he was climbing out of the window. I couldn't move. My legs felt frozen, like they were made of stone. I was too scared to move, or even think clearly. I just kept looking at my brother, wondering if he would make it. He was trying to escape, but the smoke was so thick, I couldn't see him clearly anymore. I grabbed my sister's hand, pulling her into the corner of the room. We huddled there, trying to stay out of the smoke. We both could feel the heat from the fire, even though we were far away from it. The room was getting hotter and hotter, and the air was getting thinner. I heard the fire trucks outside before I saw them. The loud, wailing sirens pierced through the chaos. I could hear the firemen shouting, running around outside, trying to get to us. I just wanted to be outside, away from the smoke and the fire. I wanted to get out of that house. The firemen finally arrived at our window, and I watched as they climbed up and started pulling us out, one by one. They took my sister first, then me. They carried us through the window and into the garden below. I felt the cool night air on my skin, and I took a deep breath, relieved to be out of the house. But my heart was still racing. We watched as the firemen continued to work, trying to get my mom out. She was still inside. I remember standing there, shivering in the cold, holding my sister close, watching as the firemen struggled to get to my mom. My brother was sitting on the ground, looking shell-shocked, like he didn't fully understand what had just happened. Then we saw it. My mother. She was half hanging out of the window, her body limp. Her phone had fallen from her hand, and I could see it lying on the ground below. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run to her, but my brother stopped me. He grabbed my arm and pulled me back. He didn't want me to go near the window. He didn't want me to get too close. My mom had passed out, and we thought she was dead. The firemen worked quickly, but it felt like time was standing still. We waited, hoping, praying that she would be okay. When they finally managed to get her out, I saw her for the first time since she'd passed out. She was pale, covered in soot, and barely conscious, but she was alive. We were all taken to the neighbor's house, shaken and confused. We sat there in silence, trying to process what had happened. My mother woke up at some point and joined us, and we all sat there together, waiting for the police and ambulances to arrive. The fire had destroyed most of our house. Everything was gone, our clothes, our belongings, the things we had worked so hard to keep. My mother and brother had inhaled too much smoke, and they had to stay in the hospital for a while. My sister and I were sent to my grandparents' house for a while, and it felt like everything had been turned upside down. But even after everything, I remember the one thing that kept me going: my grandpa and dad. They pushed my sister and me around the hospital in wheelchairs, racing up and down the halls, trying to make us laugh. It wasn't much, but it was something. We stayed with my grandparents for a while. We were homeless for a time, couch hopping between family and friends. Things were different after that. I didn't know if we'd ever be able to go back to our home, but I tried not to think about it. I remember the confusion, the fear, and the strange sense of relief when my mom was okay. She was alive, but we had lost so much. My sister and I didn't know what would happen next, but we were just grateful to be safe. I never forgot that night, though. The fear, the smoke, the thought of being trapped in that house. It stayed with me, haunting me. I couldn't shake it. I never could. But there was one thing that stuck with me even more: the fact that the person who started the fire was never caught. The police suspected it was someone in the house at first. They even thought my brother might have done it, which was terrifying to think about. But they couldn't find any evidence to link him to it. Eventually, they found out that someone had poured gasoline through our letterbox and lit a match. It wasn't anyone we knew, but they never caught the person responsible. The worst part was when they told us the person had gotten the wrong address. I didn't know how to process that. It felt like something out of a nightmare. I couldn't shake the fear of what could have happened, of what almost did happen. And to this day, I can't watch certain things on TV. I can't handle smoke. It makes my chest tighten, and it brings back memories of that night. That terrifying, life-changing night. I still think about it sometimes. How close we came to dying. How everything could have ended in flames. But we survived, and for that, I'm grateful. I used to be a cop. It wasn't my dream job, but it was a job that paid the bills, and I figured I'd stick with it until I could figure out what I really wanted to do. Eventually, though, I made a decision. I was going to quit. I had been thinking about it for months, even before I started looking into school programs. I wanted to go back to school, pursue a degree, do something different. It wasn't that I hated being a cop, but the job was grating on me, and I didn't see it as a career anymore. Before I gave my 2-week notice, I figured I'd make the transition a little smoother. I asked to be assigned to a quieter part of the city, somewhere remote, away from the constant hustle and bustle of the city center, a place where I could just study in peace and not be running to emergency calls every few minutes. The place they gave me was out in the middle of nowhere. I'll admit, I didn't mind it at first. Nothing ever happened out there. It was quiet, peaceful. I could sit in my patrol car and read, study for the entrance exams, and enjoy the calm before my life changed. In the city, backup was always just a few minutes away. But here, out in the boonies, it was different. Backup was at least 10 minutes out, if not more, which meant I had to keep my head on a swivel more often than I'd care to admit. One night, things didn't stay quiet for long. A call came in for a home invasion in progress. I glanced at the clock in my car. It was just after midnight. The dispatcher's voice was frantic, telling me that a suspect with a knife was inside a home, and the family inside was terrified. I felt the adrenaline hit me immediately. I wasn't sure why. Maybe because I wasn't expecting it, or maybe because the last few months had been so quiet. The sound of an actual emergency felt like a jolt. I grabbed the mic, heated up, and was about to respond when another call came in. This one was from my area. I was about 2 minutes away, maybe one if I really pushed it. I didn't hesitate. I flipped the lights on, pressed my foot down on the accelerator, and hauled ass. The familiar hum of the siren filled the air, and I gripped the wheel tighter. My mind was already racing, wondering what the hell I was about to walk into. I hit the driveway and skidded to a stop in front of a large house. The woman was already waiting for me outside. She was hysterical, waving her arms, screaming at me that her husband and son were inside, trapped with a man holding a knife. The look on her face was enough to freeze me in place for a second, but then instinct kicked in. I snapped back into focus. I had a job to do. "Where's the knife?" I asked, not sure if it was even the right thing to say, but it was all I could think of. She was crying now, saying the man was high on something, screaming about the house being his childhood home. I didn't have time to ask her more questions. I turned and ran toward the front door, drawing my pistol as I went. The house was big, and I could hear voices shouting from inside. It sounded like the dad and son were trying to keep the guy away from them. I moved through the house cautiously, each step calculated. The adrenaline was flowing, but I tried to keep calm, to focus on what I needed to do. My mind was going over the basics. Stay calm, don't rush in, assess the situation, and stay alive. Then I heard it. The shouting grew louder, angrier. The father's voice was strained as he tried to protect his son. "Get the hell out of my house." The words were sharp, desperate. The next thing I heard was a scream. I rounded the corner, and there he was. A man, probably in his late 30s, wearing a tattered shirt and jeans. His eyes were wild, bloodshot, and he was gripping two massive chef's knives. They were shiny, dangerous looking, and he was waving them around, screaming about how this was his home, how people shouldn't be in his house. I raised my pistol and aimed it at him, trying to control my breath, trying to stay calm, but everything inside me was screaming. This wasn't supposed to happen in the middle of nowhere. This wasn't supposed to happen to me. "Drop the knives," I yelled, my voice shaking just a little. I didn't want to shoot this guy. I didn't want to be the one who pulled the trigger. Not in front of the kid. Not in front of the family. I gave him another command, but he didn't respond. His eyes were glazed over, almost like he wasn't even listening to me. He kept talking, babbling about the house, about how he used to live there as a kid. I had to make a decision. I was only 15 feet away from him. If he lunged at me, if he came any closer, I had to be ready. I repeated the command to drop the knives, my voice firm. Finally, he did it. Slowly, he dropped the knives to the floor and fell to his knees. His hands went up, and for a second, I thought it was over. I thought maybe I wouldn't have to use my gun. But then, out of nowhere, he lunged. He reached for the knives again, desperate, as if he had no control over himself anymore. I didn't think. I reacted. I went from low ready, my pistol pointed at the man's chest, and I squeezed the trigger. The gunshot echoed in the room, the sound almost deafening. The man fell to the floor, but I didn't see the full extent of what had just happened. Then, like a blur, something massive flew from the shadows. A police dog, a German shepherd, came from nowhere and lunged at the man, biting down hard on his arm as he reached for the knives. The scene turned chaotic. The man was thrashing, trying to get away from the dog, but the dog wasn't letting go. I moved in quickly, trying to secure the suspect, handcuffing him as best as I could while the dog did its job. The adrenaline was still coursing through me, but now there was a sense of relief. He wasn't going to hurt anyone else. When backup finally arrived, they helped me secure the scene. We called for an ambulance to tend to the man, though he didn't seem like he was in any condition to care about that. I didn't stick around much longer. I had seen enough. I filed the paperwork, reviewed the body camera footage, and went over everything again and again in my mind. It wasn't until I watched the footage that I realized how long I had actually been there, pointing my gun at the guy. It wasn't just a few seconds like I had thought in the heat of the moment. I had been there, facing down a man with two knives, for almost 5 minutes. It hit me all at once. I had almost killed someone. I had almost been killed. That was the moment I knew I had to leave. It wasn't just the job, it was me. I wasn't cut out for this anymore. The risk, the tension, the constant feeling of being on edge, it was too much. It had become too much for me. I handed in my resignation the next week. I knew I was making the right decision. I needed a change. It wasn't easy, but I was done. I didn't want to risk my life like that again. Not for a job that felt like it was taking more from me than I was willing to give. Sometimes I still think about that night. I think about what could have happened if backup had arrived just a few minutes sooner. I think about how lucky I was, how lucky we all were. And I think about the kid, who was too young to have seen something like that, too young to witness what could have been a disaster. I don't know what happened to that man. I don't know if he got the help he needed, or if he ended up back on the streets. But I know this, that night changed me. It made me realize that you never really know when your life is going to be on the line, and no matter how much you prepare, sometimes things just don't go the way you expect. And that's something you have to live with. It happened last year, and to this day, I'm still haunted by it. Every time I close my eyes, I see it, the confusion, the fear, the sense that something wasn't right. But I'll start from the beginning. It was a Tuesday night. My parents had decided to go out and buy us dinner, leaving me, my brother, and my little sister home alone. My brother, who was always the heavy sleeper, was out cold in his room. I was 15 at the time, a teenager who thought he could handle being alone. My little sister, who was 9, was a different story. She was always busy playing with her toys, keeping herself entertained, and tonight was no different. She had her usual collection of dolls spread across the floor and was watching some kids' show on TV. I was sitting next to her in the living room, half-heartedly watching her while scrolling through my phone, trying to kill time. Everything seemed completely normal. The house was quiet, and the night felt ordinary, just another Tuesday night. My parents had left around 7, and by the time they left, it was already dark outside. I didn't think much of it. My sister was playing, and I was on my phone, my mind wandering between random thoughts. It was a peaceful night, the kind where you don't expect anything strange to happen. But looking back, I realized that things had started to feel just a little off long before the real horror kicked in. About an hour passed, and I could hear the sound of my parents' motorcycle pulling up the driveway. My sister had gone into her bedroom to get something, probably one of her other toys. I figured I should open the front gate for them, since they wouldn't have much of a way to get in without it. It was a simple task, something I'd done hundreds of times before. I stood up, walked through the hallway, and out to the gate. It was one of those heavy iron gates that required a little muscle to push open, but it was no big deal. I hadn't even noticed anything strange yet, not really. I opened the gate, then stepped back inside, holding the bag of food that my parents had brought with them. They'd stopped at the takeout place, and were probably excited to dig into their meals, especially since we'd all been hungry for hours. I stepped into the house, balancing the food in one hand while pushing the door shut with my foot. That's when things started to feel wrong. I noticed the silence. It was too quiet. My sister hadn't come back from her room, and I didn't hear her footsteps. I figured she was probably engrossed in whatever she was doing in her bedroom. But then I noticed something even stranger. There was no sign of my parents. The sound of their motorcycle had been loud enough that I expected them to be standing right there, but they weren't. I called out for them, but there was no response. I thought maybe they'd gone straight to my sister's room, or perhaps they had just forgotten to come into the living room. I didn't think much of it. I went down the hallway and opened the door to my sister's room. It was empty. I remember that feeling of confusion washing over me. It's hard to explain, but everything felt out of place, as if something had shifted in the space of a few moments, and I had missed it. My sister wasn't there. My parents weren't there. I stood in the doorway, staring at the empty room for a few seconds, trying to make sense of what was happening. My mind raced, and panic started to creep in. Had they gone out again without telling me? Had something happened? I didn't know. I rushed back into the living room, the bag of food now feeling incredibly heavy in my hands, like it was anchoring me to the moment. I looked out the window, half expecting to see my parents pulling back into the driveway, but there was nothing. The yard was empty. The street was quiet. Everything was still. I tried calling my parents' phone, but it went straight to voicemail. That's when the dread really started to settle in. I stood there, staring at the phone, trying to think of an explanation for all of this. I could hear my heart beating in my ears. Something wasn't right. I decided to go outside and check. I walked back to the front gate, and it was still open, just like I had left it. But now it felt like it shouldn't have been. The darkness outside was more oppressive, more suffocating, and I didn't want to step out into it. But I forced myself to take that step, because I needed to know what had happened. Where were they? I walked down the driveway, feeling the cool breeze against my skin, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The motorcycle, which had been parked in the yard when I opened the gate, was now gone. No sound, no headlights, nothing. Just an empty space where it had been. My parents were nowhere in sight. I returned to the house and locked the door behind me. I was alone, completely alone, and I couldn't make sense of what was happening. I sat in the living room for what felt like hours, waiting, pacing, and checking my phone again and again. I kept expecting a message or a call from my parents, but there was nothing. Then, after what felt like the longest hour of my life, the front door opened. My parents stepped inside, carrying the bags of food, just like they had left with. My mom smiled at me, and my dad nodded, as if everything was perfectly normal. They seemed so casual, so unaware of what I had just been through. But I was confused. My mind was racing as I tried to process it all. What had just happened? I glanced around, looking for any sign of my sister, but she wasn't there. I didn't hear her laughter, her footsteps, or any of the sounds I'd gotten used to when she was home. She wasn't anywhere to be seen. "What's wrong?" my mom asked when she saw my face. I must have looked terrified, because I couldn't hide the panic that was crawling up my throat. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't explain what I had just experienced. "Where's my sister?" I asked, my voice shaking. "She's been with us the whole time," my dad replied, his face suddenly turning serious. "She's in the truck." "Why?" The confusion only deepened. They had gone to pick her up, I realized. They hadn't been home. I had been alone with something. Someone that looked like my sister, but wasn't her. I rushed to the truck outside. My sister was sitting there, her eyes wide and confused, just like any other day. But she wasn't acting like herself. She was silent. She didn't speak a word to me as I opened the door. I remember how her small hands were clenched tightly in her lap, and how her eyes seemed to avoid mine. It wasn't like her at all. She had always been talkative, bubbly, but not tonight. I tried to get her attention, but she wouldn't respond. She just stared straight ahead, silent and still. I turned back to my parents, but they didn't seem to understand what I was talking about. "What are you talking about?" my mom asked. "Your sister's been with us the whole time." But that wasn't true. I had been alone with something, or someone, that looked like my sister, but it wasn't her. The real horror set in when I realized that I hadn't even gone near my sister in the time she'd been home. I hadn't touched her, hadn't spoken to her. She had never spoken to me either. It was as if the child I knew, the girl I loved, had been replaced by a perfect copy, and I had no idea how or why. The next few days were a blur. I kept watching my sister closely, constantly checking if she was still herself. I would pat her head, pinch her cheek, and test her reactions, all the while wondering if she was the same person who had left with my parents that evening. But each time, I found nothing out of the ordinary, except for that nagging feeling deep inside me that something wasn't quite right. I never told anyone about that night. Not my parents, not my friends. Who would believe me? They had all come home, completely unaware of what I had experienced. But I knew. I knew something had happened. I didn't know what it was, but it still haunted me. And now, a year later, I still can't shake the feeling that my sister isn't quite who she used to be. Sometimes, when she looks at me, I catch a glimpse of something in her eyes, a shadow of something that doesn't belong. It's subtle, but it's there. Maybe it's just my mind playing tricks on me, but every time I see her, I wonder, is she still my sister? Or has she been replaced by something else? And that's the worst part. I'll never know. I was 17 when it happened. I was sitting in my room, watching a movie late one night, like I had done 1,000 times before. I didn't expect anything to be out of the ordinary that night. But of course, life has a funny way of throwing curveballs when you least expect it. My parents' relationship had always been a mess. My dad had been cheating on my mom for years. My mom knew, but she was too scared, or maybe just too weak, to do anything about it. She stuck around even when she found out that my dad had been seeing the same number of women over a span of a decade. It was a tragic cycle. She would get upset, he would apologize, and then a few months later, he'd do it again. It never ended, and somehow, I found myself in the middle of it all. But that night, things took a sharp turn. I was alone in my room, my laptop glowing in the dark, when I heard my mom scream my name from downstairs. It was this frantic, desperate yell, one I had never heard from her before. My stomach dropped, and a cold chill ran down my spine. I instantly froze. What had happened? Had I done something wrong? Did I mess up in a way that would make her angry? I tried to shake it off, but the fear was too overwhelming. My heart was pounding in my chest as I scrambled to get out of my room. My hands were shaking, and my legs felt like they weighed 100 pounds. I had no idea what was going on, but something told me this wasn't just some regular argument. I had to get downstairs. I didn't even bother putting on shoes. I just ran barefoot down the stairs, already shaking, my mind racing. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I was expecting to see my mom in the living room, maybe yelling at me for something stupid. But when I walked in, the house was empty. There was no sign of her, nothing. The silence felt thick, almost suffocating, and I stood there for a moment, just staring around in confusion. And then I heard it. A thud. It came from the garage. Without thinking, I bolted for the door and ran outside. My breath was short, and I could feel the panic rising in my chest. I had no idea what was going on, but I needed to get to my mom. As I reached the garage, the scene that unfolded before me made my stomach churn. My mom and my stepdad, Kevin, were in a full-blown fight. It was like something out of a nightmare. My mom was trying to claw at him, her hands digging into his chest, but he was bigger and stronger, throwing her down to the ground with such force that her head slammed against the pavement. "Mom!" I screamed, rushing forward, but I was too late. She was out cold. Her body lay motionless on the ground, her face pale, her scalp split open from the impact. I felt a wave of panic surge through me. This wasn't just a regular fight. This was something else entirely. My mind was racing, and I didn't know what to do. My heart was pounding in my ears as I screamed for help, but the house was still eerily quiet. No one came to help. And then, just as I was about to reach my mom, Kevin turned on me. "You want some of this too?" he sneered, his voice full of rage. My stomach dropped. My stepdad had always been a scary man, but this was something different. I had never seen him like this before. He was furious, his eyes wide with an intensity that sent chills down my spine. He started chasing me, his heavy footsteps pounding against the asphalt as he closed the distance between us. My heart raced even faster. I was in nothing but pajamas, barefoot, and completely defenseless. I had no chance of outrunning him, not with my disability. My legs were weak, and I was already out of breath just from the sprint down the stairs. I had no choice. I turned around, ready to face whatever was coming. I braced myself against him, trying to push him away, but he was stronger than me. He shoved me hard, but I didn't go down. Instead, I dug my heels into the ground, struggling to stay on my feet. That's when he backed up and slapped me. The hit was so hard that I lost my balance for a moment, and my glasses went flying off my face. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel the sting in my cheek. I quickly fumbled around, trying to find my glasses. I didn't care about anything else. I just needed to be able to see. When I finally found them, I shoved them back on my face, blurry vision and all, and saw Kevin heading back toward my mom. He wasn't even looking at me anymore. I couldn't let him do this. I couldn't let him hurt her. I ran after him, screaming as I tried to shove him off of her. He was holding her, begging her to wake up. He didn't care that she was knocked out. He just kept shaking her, trying to get her to come to. But when my mom slowly started coming around, it was worse than I could have imagined. She woke up with a dazed, confused look on her face. Blood was dripping from her scalp, and she was barely coherent. She was trying to make sense of what had happened, but her mind was a haze. I couldn't let her see Kevin like this. I couldn't let her get hurt again. I grabbed her and helped her inside the house. We went to the bathroom, and I locked the door behind us. My hands were shaking as I tried to clean her up. She barely spoke, her eyes distant, like she wasn't even aware of what was happening around her. She didn't even react when I wiped the blood from her forehead. She was a shell of herself, and it broke my heart to see her like that. When I was finally done, I sat her on the couch, and I tried to call the cops. But my mom stopped me. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't want to make it worse. I don't want him to get in trouble." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She was so scared, so broken, that she didn't even want to call the police. She was more worried about keeping the abuse quiet than getting help. That's when I knew I had to be the one to take charge. For the next 5 months, I became my mom's caretaker. I had to help her with everything, feeding her, showering her, even getting her to leave the house. She had completely shut down emotionally and mentally. I don't think she ever fully processed what happened that night. She would wake up in the middle of the night, crying, terrified of being alone. I slept on the couch next to her every night, keeping her company, trying to reassure her that everything would be okay. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Eventually, Kevin stayed away. I screamed at him every time I saw him, told him to stay away from my mom, but it wasn't enough. He left, and my mom and I were left to pick up the pieces. But the damage had already been done. She never fully recovered from that night. I don't think anyone could, not after something like that. Looking back, I can't help but think about what would have happened if I hadn't been strong enough to stand up to Kevin. What if I hadn't been able to face him when he shoved me? Would I be dead? Would my mom have died that night if I hadn't been there to help her? I don't know, but I do know this. That night changed everything. I had to grow up fast, and I had to take responsibility for things that no one should ever have to deal with at 17. But I'm still here, and so is my mom. And somehow, that has to count for something. I still have nightmares about that night. The way Kevin looked when he was chasing me, the look in my mom's eyes when she woke up. But I won't let those memories control me. I won't let what happened that night define who I am. I've learned to live with the scars, both physical and emotional. But I won't forget what happened. And I won't forget how close we came to losing it all. I remember the feeling of the ocean like it was yesterday. There's something about the waves, the way they pull and push, that makes you forget everything else. It's like the world narrows down to just you and the water. The air smells like salt, thick and briny, and the sound of the waves crashing fills your ears. It's soothing, like a lullaby of nature. I was never really a fan of swimming in deep water, but standing in the shallows, where the ocean was just deep enough to reach my waist, that felt perfect. You could just feel the waves coming at you, rising and falling, lifting you up without any warning. On this particular day, the sun was hot, and the sand under my feet felt warm, even through the water. I was just vibing with the ocean, letting the waves wash over me. The water was cool, and it felt so good on my skin. I wasn't really swimming in the traditional sense, but more like moving with the waves, letting them push me forward, taking me a little deeper with each one. Sometimes, I would sit on the sand and let the waves roll over me, the water rising just high enough to lift me, and then gently pushing me back toward shore. I wasn't paying much attention to anything other than the rhythm of the waves and the quiet hum of the world around me. The waves had gotten a little bigger, but nothing that screamed danger. Nothing that made me think twice. You know how it is when you're in the ocean. The waves come and go. Sometimes they're small and playful. Sometimes they're stronger, but not enough to cause any real alarm. So, I just kept doing what I was doing, letting the water roll over my legs and feeling the gentle push of the waves. I didn't feel like I needed to be any more cautious. The water wasn't even deep, not really. My feet could touch the bottom most of the time. But then, out of nowhere, one wave came in stronger than the others. At first, it seemed normal, just a little higher than the rest, but then it came crashing down hard. I didn't even have time to think before it hit me. The wave didn't just hit me. It ran me over, like the ocean itself had decided to take me for a ride. I didn't even get the chance to suck in a breath. The water hit me with such force that I was thrown into it, and I went completely under without any warning. The world turned dark. The salt water stung my eyes, my throat, and my lungs all at once. I tried to push myself up, tried to swim, but everything felt wrong. The surface of the water was far, far away, and I couldn't get there. I didn't know which way was up. I didn't know which direction to push. Panic set in almost immediately. My arms and legs flailed in every direction, but the more I struggled, the more it felt like I was being pushed down. I didn't even understand what was happening. The ocean was supposed to be shallow here. I was used to it. I'd been here before. But something was off. The weight of the water, the way the waves seemed to pull at me in every direction, felt unnatural. It wasn't like being pushed by the waves. It felt like something beneath me, pushing up from the very bottom of the sea. It wasn't just the force of the waves. No, this was something different. It was like the ground had disappeared entirely, like I was being sucked down by something below me. I tried to open my eyes, but the salt water burned, and the pressure of it all made it hard to even think. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. My lungs were screaming for air, but my body wouldn't cooperate. The worst part wasn't the not knowing which way was up. It was the sense that I couldn't reach anything, that there was nothing solid to grab onto. That's when the real panic set in. My mind raced, telling me I was going to drown, that I wasn't going to make it back to the surface. I felt like I had been underwater for hours, even though I knew it couldn't have been that long. The world around me felt heavy, suffocating, and all I could think about was air. I had to get air. I had to get to the surface. But it felt like I was stuck, trapped. My chest ached, and my body shook with fear. My hands reached out, trying to find something, anything, but the water was relentless, pushing and pulling, tugging me further down. The more I tried to swim up, the more it felt like something was holding me there. It wasn't just the weight of the ocean. It was like I was caught, like the very water was trying to keep me from escaping. Time seemed to stretch out in a way that felt wrong. The panic rose higher, the ache in my chest growing stronger with every passing second. I knew I needed to swim, but I couldn't seem to make my body move in the right direction. The fear started to take over. I could feel the cold creeping into my limbs, my muscles starting to fail. My head throbbed from lack of air, and my heart pounded in my ears. There was nothing. No ground. No direction. Only the cold, heavy pull of the water. I have no idea how long I was stuck there, but it felt like an eternity. The seconds stretched into minutes, and the more I struggled, the more it felt like I was sinking. Finally, something inside me shifted. Maybe it was the last bit of survival instinct, or maybe sheer desperation, but I forced myself to calm down, to stop thrashing around. I had to think. I had to find my way back to the surface. Slowly, painfully, I stopped flailing and tried to move my body with the water, letting it guide me, feeling for any change in pressure that might lead me up. I don't know how, but after what felt like forever, I broke the surface. The world exploded in sound, the rush of air, the crashing waves, the beating of my own heart in my chest. I gasped, sucking in lungfuls of air, my body shaking, my chest burning with the effort. The panic didn't immediately go away, but the relief of air was enough to keep me from completely losing it. When I finally got to my feet, I was back where I started, standing in the shallows, the waves rolling harmlessly around my knees. I blinked, trying to get my bearings, but everything felt surreal. My legs were weak, my body trembling, and my mind couldn't make sense of what had just happened. I had only been underwater for a few seconds. My sister was standing on the shore, looking at me with a puzzled expression. "Hey, you okay?" she asked, not really understanding the terror that had just gripped me. She was still laughing a little, probably thinking I'd just taken a tumble or something silly like that. I didn't say anything right away. I couldn't. I didn't know what to say. I felt shaken, disoriented, like I had just narrowly escaped something I couldn't quite explain. I didn't want to admit how scared I was. I didn't want her to know how close I came to losing it, how close I came to not making it back to the surface. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been wrong, something that I couldn't explain. The way I had felt trapped, like the ocean wasn't just a random force of nature that day. No, that wasn't it. There was something off about it, something that I couldn't grasp. My sister kept laughing, not realizing the kind of fear I had just experienced. She said I'd only been underwater for maybe 15 seconds. That's all it took. Just a few seconds to go from calm to terror. But those 15 seconds felt like an eternity. I didn't know how I had held my breath that long. I didn't know how I managed to get back to the surface. The rest of the day went on like nothing had happened. The ocean looked the same as always. The waves kept rolling in, just as they always did. But for me, it would never be the same. That feeling of being pulled under, of losing control, stayed with me long after I left the water. The fear, the confusion, and the sense of something just not being right lingered, even though I couldn't explain it. Maybe I'll never know what happened that day, but I'll always remember that feeling of being lost in the water, unable to tell which way was up. And even now, every time I step into the ocean, that feeling stays with me, lurking just under the surface. I was only 11 years old when the first incident happened. At that age, walking to school was just part of my daily routine. It was nothing special. I'd grab my bag, put my school uniform on, and head out the door, no big deal. I lived pretty close to school, so walking was the easiest option. My route took me through a small park, a place where I'd always felt pretty safe. But on that morning, something felt different. The sun was up, the air was cold enough to see my breath, but I just had this uneasy feeling, like I was being watched. I remember putting my earphones in, just like I always did, to zone out during my walk. I loved the music, but it also gave me a little shield against the world around me. The path I took was narrow, lined with trees that formed a small wooded area. I had walked this route countless times before, so I wasn't thinking anything of it. There was a woman with a stroller behind me, but she didn't seem out of place, just another person on their morning walk. I didn't think much about her. I kept walking, the crunch of leaves underfoot blending with the music blasting through my ears. I was so absorbed in the rhythm of the songs that I didn't notice much around me. That's when I saw her, a woman, walking in the opposite direction. She was about halfway down the path, and as she passed by, she waved at me. I didn't know her, so it seemed a little strange, but I thought nothing of it. People are friendly sometimes, right? Maybe she had just noticed me and thought I looked familiar. I nodded back and kept walking, but then she stopped and said something. I didn't hear her at first, obviously, with the music blaring in my ears. But she seemed to notice, because she waved her hand in front of me, catching my attention. I pulled the earphones out of my ears, and that's when she spoke. "That woman is trying to talk to you," she said, pointing behind me. I turned around, and I saw the woman with the stroller. She had stopped, standing at the edge of the path, staring at me. It was a strange thing to say, but before I could process it, the woman continued. "Are you okay? What did that man in the bushes say to you?" My heart dropped, and a chill ran through me. A man? In the bushes? I hadn't seen anyone, let alone heard anything. I glanced around quickly, my gaze darting over the trees, but nothing was there. The woman must have noticed my confusion because she added, "You didn't hear anything? Okay, just be safe," she said, turning back down the path. I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded, feeling a shiver crawl up my spine. I was scared, but I didn't want to show it. I just turned and kept walking, but this time I was looking around, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I couldn't figure it out. I didn't hear anything. But why would the woman say something like that? Was she just trying to be helpful, or was she warning me about something? The thought lingered in my mind as I walked the rest of the way to school, but I tried to push it out. I was still young, and kids like me don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. Or at least, I didn't think I had to. A few days later, I was walking home with a friend, and this time it was different. We had taken a shortcut through a narrow alley that ran behind a few shops. It wasn't a place you'd want to be alone at night, but during the day it was fine. My friend and I talked as we walked through, laughing about something stupid from school. We were just a couple of 11-year-olds, heading home after a long day of lessons. Nothing to be afraid of, right? As we reached the end of the alley, there was a short road we needed to walk up to get back to the main street. I remember walking ahead of my friend, trying to get to the top first. She wasn't too far behind, but I didn't really think about it. I had a head start, and I wanted to get home. But then I noticed something strange. I looked over my shoulder and saw my friend standing at the edge of the alley. She was just standing there, staring at something. I thought she was waiting for me to catch up, but then she called out, "Come back. Come back here." I walked back toward her, a little confused, but when I reached her, she looked terrified. "That man," she whispered, "he's taking pictures of you." I turned and looked out at the road, and sure enough, there was a man walking with a dog. He wasn't too far away, maybe 20 feet or so. But what struck me was the way he was standing still, pointing his phone at us. He wasn't walking, just standing there, staring at us while his dog trotted around him. It was the way he was staring that bothered me. It was like he wasn't looking at us like we were people. He was looking at us like we were objects, things to be studied. It made my skin crawl. I looked at my friend, and she was clearly freaking out. Her face was pale, and she had her hands pressed to her chest like she was trying to protect herself. I didn't want to make a scene, but my heart was pounding in my chest. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I didn't want to run, but at that moment, I couldn't think of anything else to do. I grabbed her arm, and we walked quickly back into the alley, away from the man. We didn't say anything. We didn't need to. We both knew we were scared. We didn't even look back. I knew he was still there, pointing his phone at us, but I didn't want to see it. I just wanted to get away from him. We took the long way home after that. It was safer, more public, and I didn't want to risk seeing that man again. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Even though the man was probably gone by now, I still felt like someone was following me, like eyes were on me from every direction. It didn't help that the streets felt quieter than usual. My friend and I didn't talk much on the way home, both of us lost in our own thoughts. The thing that stuck with me the most about both incidents wasn't the people I encountered. It was how powerless I felt. I was just a kid, walking to school or going home, and I couldn't even trust the world around me. People were supposed to be safe, but these strange encounters had made me realize that wasn't always the case. Not everyone you meet has good intentions. Not everyone you pass by on the street is someone you can trust. I learned that at 11 years old. I never saw that woman in the park again, nor did I ever figure out who the man in the bushes was. Maybe it was just a coincidence that she warned me, or maybe it was a sign that someone was looking out for me that day. But I'll never know for sure. And the man with the dog, I never saw him again either. But to this day, I can't walk down that alley without feeling my heart race. I've passed it hundreds of times, but every time, the memory comes flooding back. I never feel completely safe anymore. Not when I'm alone. Not when I'm walking in places that seem familiar. Maybe those events shouldn't have shaken me as much as they did. After all, I was just a kid. But the truth is, there are things in this world that kids don't see coming. You learn that the hard way, and I learned it a little earlier than I would have liked. It was the middle of the night when it all started. The kind of night where the silence around you feels almost unnatural, like the world has paused. The air was heavy, and I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the distant sounds of the city that never fully slept. I lived in a small, cramped apartment, nothing fancy but enough to get by. I had a temporary roommate, someone who had been staying with me for a few weeks. Her name was Sarah, but we didn't really know each other well. I was used to living alone, but she was nice enough, even if we didn't interact much. We each lived our separate lives, and that suited me fine. Sarah had been going through a lot. I could tell, just by the way she carried herself. She often came home late, or sometimes not at all, and when she did come back, she was usually silent, retreating to her room like a ghost. There were days when she barely ate, and I noticed the bags under her eyes were getting worse. She'd sometimes tell me she was fine, but I didn't push it. People go through stuff, right? She had a strange, reserved demeanor that made it hard to get close to her. She wasn't exactly unfriendly, but there was a certain wall between us, and I respected it. She didn't open up about her life much, and I didn't feel the need to ask. It wasn't like I was in the habit of inviting people into my personal business either. At some point, though, I started noticing things. Little things, really, but they stuck with me. She seemed more withdrawn than usual, and I began to see more of her, but only in the early mornings when she would return to the apartment after long absences. I'd be half asleep on the couch when I heard her key in the lock. She'd shuffle in, head down, not saying a word, and then disappear into her room. It was like clockwork. One night, I woke up to a strange sound. It was soft at first, like a tapping on the door, but then it grew louder, more insistent. I lay there, half asleep, trying to make sense of it. It was 2 a.m. I blinked a few times, unsure whether I was dreaming or hearing something real. But then, the sound came again. A heavy thump from the kitchen, followed by a scraping noise, like furniture being moved. My heart began to race, and the sleepiness lifted instantly, replaced by a rising panic. I lay there in my bed, paralyzed with fear, my mind racing. My first thought was that maybe it was Sarah. Maybe she'd come home late, and something had fallen in the kitchen. But the sounds didn't make sense. They didn't sound like the usual clatter of dishes or the soft shuffle of feet. No, these noises were different. They were deliberate, unnerving, and they didn't stop. I was trembling now. My throat was dry, and my skin felt clammy. I realized I was still naked, having fallen asleep after a long, tiring day. I quickly grabbed the nearest shirt and pulled it on. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with the buttons, and I swallowed hard. My mind was racing. Was it Sarah? Was she okay? What if something had happened to her? Who's there? I called out, my voice barely a whisper, barely audible in the thick silence of the apartment. There was no answer, just more rustling from the kitchen. Then, a voice came from behind the door, a deep, gravelly voice. "It's the police, please come out." I froze. The police? My heart slammed against my ribcage, and I felt a wave of nausea. I didn't believe it. Not for a second. This had to be a trick. Someone was trying to break in. They were pretending to be the police, hoping to trick me into opening the door. "No, you need to leave now," I said, my voice shaking even more than before. There was a pause, a brief moment of silence. Then the voice came again, this time sounding more insistent, more authoritative. "No, you need to come out. Is your name Sarah?" The voice paused for a second before continuing. "Hang on, I'm just letting my partner in." I wasn't about to let anyone into my apartment. This had to be some kind of scam. I wasn't stupid. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, my thoughts scrambling in a panic. "The hell you're not." I snapped, my voice breaking as I spoke. But just as the words left my mouth, I heard a noise, footsteps, heavy and measured, coming from the hallway. And then, suddenly, the door to my room opened, and standing there, framed in the dim light of the hallway, was a large man. He was in full police uniform, a badge gleaming on his chest, and his presence filled the doorway. The fear that had paralyzed me suddenly shifted to something else, pure, unfiltered terror. I stared at him, wide-eyed, my mouth dry. For a second, I couldn't move. The man looked down at me, his face stern, yet somehow apologetic. His partner must have followed him because I could hear footsteps behind him, and a second officer appeared, just as big, just as imposing. "Are you all right?" the officer asked, his voice soft but urgent. I swallowed hard and nodded, but I could barely process what was happening. I had no idea why the police were here. My apartment had never seen anything like this, and the sudden appearance of these officers was completely disorienting. The first officer explained that Sarah had been acting strangely for a few days, and they had become concerned after receiving a disturbing message from her family. The message was vague, just a text saying that she was going away for a while, and then nothing. The family tried to reach her for days, but their calls went unanswered. They didn't know if she was in danger, if she was hurt, or if she was simply withdrawing from everything. And so they called the police. The officers had tried to reach her by phone, but she didn't answer. They'd come to check on her, but when they arrived, they found the apartment locked up tight, and there were no signs of her. They had a key to the building, but the door was locked from the inside. The officers were concerned, especially after learning that Sarah had been gone for days without a word. I was still in shock, not able to fully process what was happening. The officer explained that they had entered through a small window in the kitchen after seeing it ajar. They were afraid that Sarah was in serious trouble, that she might have been hurt or worse. I felt a strange, heavy knot in my stomach. I hadn't seen Sarah for a few days, but she'd disappeared like this before. It wasn't unusual for her to go off without saying anything. She'd gone to visit her family several times without letting me know, so I never thought much of it. The officers asked me to stay in my room while they searched the apartment. I agreed, still processing everything, trying to make sense of it all. It wasn't long before they came back, saying that they hadn't found Sarah. The apartment was quiet, eerily so. The police didn't find anything that seemed out of place, and that only made things worse. They told me Sarah had left for a trip with her husband to try and work things out. Apparently, the text she sent her family was the last message they had from her, but there was a delay because she had turned on airplane mode before boarding the plane. The messages never sent until hours later, and by that time, no one could reach her. She had been on a last-minute holiday, trying to fix the issues in her marriage. The officers apologized for the intrusion. I was shaken, yes, but now I understood. The situation wasn't as sinister as I thought. It was just an unfortunate miscommunication. Sarah had simply disconnected for a while, trying to figure things out. I sat back on my bed, my head spinning, my thoughts still scattered. I had been terrified for nothing. And yet, the feeling of being woken in the middle of the night, of hearing someone in my apartment, still lingered in my mind. It had felt so real, so invasive, and for a moment, I had felt utterly powerless. After the officers left, I sat in my room, staring at the door. My mind was still racing, still trying to process everything that had just happened. I had never expected anything like this, and I never wanted to experience anything like it again. It took a while for me to calm down. I had to remind myself that nothing had happened. Sarah was fine. She had just needed some space. But in the aftermath of that night, I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability. The next few days were quiet. Sarah didn't come back for a while, and I tried to go back to my routine, but I couldn't help feeling like something had shifted. I never slept with my window open in that apartment after that night. The thought of someone creeping in through a small opening in the dead of night, of hearing those terrifying sounds again, was enough to make me lock every window and door. I told myself it was over, that it was just a misunderstanding. But there would always be a part of me, deep down, that would remember the fear, the unknown, and the strange presence that had interrupted my life that night. It wasn't just about the police or Sarah's strange behavior. It was about the vulnerability we all carry with us, hidden behind closed doors, until someone comes knocking. When I was 8, I was stoked to be invited to hang out with the bigger kid in my neighborhood. He was 15 at the time, and the fact that he even noticed me, a little kid, made me feel like I was finally stepping into the realm of cool. He lived a few blocks over in a big house, and his parents were almost never home. I remember being in awe of how grown-up he seemed. He had a confidence that I could never hope to replicate, and he was always surrounded by the older kids, the ones who smoked cigarettes, talked about parties, and did all kinds of things that seemed so far out of my league. So when he asked me to hang out one afternoon, I didn't hesitate. I was nervous, but I wanted to impress him, to show that I was cool enough to be part of his world. The day started off normal enough, and we played a few video games in his basement. His house was always quiet, like it had been abandoned, even though it was full of stuff. The furniture was mismatched, the walls were covered in posters of bands I'd never heard of, and the smell of stale air lingered in the corners. I was still adjusting to being there, but I kept telling myself that this was a big deal. Then, out of nowhere, he asked me if I wanted to smoke some weed. I froze. My heart skipped a beat, and my stomach twisted in knots. I had heard of it, of course, everybody had, but I had never done anything like that before, and I wasn't sure what to expect. I didn't even know how to do it properly. But then, the fear of being rejected or seen as a kid who couldn't hang out with the older kids took over. I said yes, without really thinking it through. He pulled out a joint, lit it, and handed it to me. I tried to take a hit, but I wasn't sure how to do it. I choked on the smoke, feeling it burn in my throat, and I couldn't stop coughing. It was awkward, and I could tell he wasn't impressed. I felt embarrassed, but I kept telling myself that it didn't matter. I was being cool, right? 20 minutes passed, but I didn't feel anything. Maybe I didn't smoke it right, or maybe I wasn't supposed to feel anything, but I was confused. The only thing I noticed was that my stomach felt a little off, like I'd eaten something weird. Still, I kept quiet. I didn't want to look like a fool. Then, suddenly, everything changed. Without warning, he picked up a knife. It wasn't a small one either. It was big, one of those long, serrated blades that looked like something out of a horror movie. My heart started pounding in my chest as he looked at me with a strange, cold smile. He didn't say anything, just started walking toward me, the knife in his hand gleaming in the dim light. I froze. Fear gripped me, and I couldn't move. I didn't understand what was happening. My mind raced with questions, but all I could think about was the knife in his hand, the way his eyes glinted like he was playing some kind of game. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I realized just how out of control this situation had become. Without thinking, I made a break for it. I bolted out of his basement, running as fast as I could. My heart pounded in my chest, and my breath came in ragged gasps as I tried to escape. Behind me, I could hear him shouting, laughing, and calling out, saying it was just a joke. But it didn't feel like a joke. Not at all. I didn't stop running. I just kept going, my feet pounding against the floor, the door slamming shut behind me. I burst outside into the yard, where I saw my bike sitting there, my only hope for getting away. I jumped on it without hesitation and pedaled like my life depended on it. I didn't even look back. The only thing I knew was that I had to get away from him, from that house, from the danger I could feel creeping up behind me. I heard him yelling from behind, and I could hear his footsteps getting closer as he chased me on foot. My legs burned as I pedaled faster, pushing myself harder than I ever had before. I was terrified, but I couldn't stop. I needed to get home, to safety, to somewhere where he couldn't reach me. I was almost at the top of the hill, almost home, when I heard him slow down behind me. He stopped chasing me, and I didn't know if it was because he was tired or if he'd just given up. But I didn't care. I was almost there. I made it home, heart pounding, hands shaking. I didn't know what to do next, but I knew I had to tell someone. I ran inside and found my mom, breathless, almost in tears. I told her everything about the weed, the knife, the way he had chased me. I remember her face changing as I spoke, her eyes narrowing with concern. She listened, nodding, and then immediately took action. She didn't question me, didn't dismiss what I was saying. She just took the situation seriously, as any mother would. The next day, she went to his house and told his parents what had happened. I was terrified that they would somehow side with him, but my mom wasn't like that. She stood her ground. She said I wasn't going to be around anyone who acted like that, not even if they were older, not even if they were supposed to be cool. That should have been the end of it, right? But it wasn't. The next day, I found a note on my bike. It was a napkin with blue Sharpie writing on it, and the words were chilling. It said, "You're going to regret telling on me." My stomach dropped. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as I stared at the note. I didn't know what to do. He was still out there, and I was still just a kid. What if he came after me again? What if he was planning something worse? I told my mom immediately, and she took the note. She went back to his house, showed it to his parents, and demanded that they do something about their son. I don't think they fully understood how serious it was. To them, it probably just seemed like a kid being a kid, but to me it felt like a threat. And that was the last time I saw him in person for a while. 2 years passed. I grew older, and I started to change. I wasn't the scared little kid I once was. I had been training in Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu, not because I wanted to fight, but because I wanted to be prepared for anything, just in case. I was still a quiet, non-confrontational person, but I was stronger, more confident. I had learned how to defend myself, how to stand up for myself if I needed to. Then one day I saw him again. I was walking through the neighborhood when I spotted him. He was walking toward me, and for a moment I froze. My heart skipped a beat, and old memories flooded back. He was older now, but he still looked the same in some ways, like the kid who had terrified me all those years ago. I didn't know if he recognized me, or if he even remembered what had happened, but I wasn't about to find out. He started walking toward me, his hands in his pockets, and I saw him reach into one of them. For a split second, I thought he was pulling out a gun. I didn't know what to do. My body went into survival mode, and without thinking, I started running. My legs moved faster than they ever had before, my heart racing in my chest as I sprinted up the hill. I could hear him behind me, and I thought for sure that he was going to catch up to me. But then, just as I reached the top of the hill, I heard a gunshot. It was loud, the sound echoing in the air, and I froze. The voice that followed was even louder, screaming, "Get the fuck down, don't move, fucker." I didn't stop running because I didn't know who had fired the shot or why. I thought it was him, that he was finally getting his revenge. But then I heard another voice, clearer this time. It wasn't his, it was an adult's, and it wasn't a threat, but a command. The voice shouted again, telling me to get down, and this time I listened. I dropped to the ground, heart still pounding in my chest. It turned out that an adult, someone who had been watching, had a real gun, a pistol. He had fired a shot in the air to warn me, to get me out of harm's way. The situation was over in an instant. The police arrived shortly after, and he was arrested. I didn't stick around to watch it happen. I was too shaken up, too confused by everything that had just occurred. The boy, the older kid who had once terrified me, was taken away. He was sent to a mental institution, where he stayed for a long time. I never saw him again after that day. I'm older now, and when I look back, I realize how lucky I was. I could have been hurt, or worse, but I survived. And I learned something from all of it. I learned that sometimes the people we think are the scariest are just broken in their own way. I also learned that I wasn't that scared little kid anymore. I was stronger. I was capable, and I would never let anyone control me again. I was 8 years old when it happened, an age where I had just enough understanding of the world to know when things didn't feel right, but still too young to fully comprehend the dangers that could lurk in the shadows. That day, like many others, I was sitting in the living room of our house, a small 2-story building nestled on the outskirts of town. My toys were scattered around me, action figures, building blocks, and toy cars. I was content, in my own little world, not realizing that things were about to change in the worst possible way. It was a typical afternoon. My mom was in the kitchen, probably preparing lunch or doing some chores, and my dad was upstairs taking a nap after his long shift at work. The house felt like it always did, quiet, peaceful, and safe. I had no reason to think that anything out of the ordinary would happen. Then I heard it. A sharp, sudden crash, the unmistakable sound of glass shattering. I froze. My first instinct was to look toward the kitchen. I couldn't see anything, but the sound echoed in my ears, still ringing in the air. I glanced over at my mom, who had heard it too. Her face turned pale, and without a word, she quickly left the room, moving toward the kitchen with purpose, but also with a hint of fear in her movements. I was left alone in the living room, the silence now oppressive, heavy in the air. I continued to play with my toys, trying to keep my mind occupied, but the unease from the crash wouldn't go away. I could hear my mom's footsteps, her voice, though I couldn't make out the words, as she spoke in a hurried, tense tone. There was something about it, the urgency in her voice, that made me feel even more uneasy. Then it happened. A scream. My mom's scream. It was unmistakable, sharp, and full of pain. It was a sound that I will never forget. It was a scream that made every hair on my body stand up. Without thinking, I leapt to my feet, my heart racing, pounding in my chest. I wanted to run toward her, but my legs felt frozen, like my body was telling me that something was terribly wrong. I knew instinctively that if I went toward her, I would only be walking into danger. Suddenly, the front door burst open, and 3 men walked in. Their faces were obscured by black masks, and they were dressed in all black, dark clothing, gloves, and boots. In their hands were large, heavy bats, which they swung with a casual ease that made my stomach churn. They didn't look like people who belonged in our house, but I couldn't process why. I just knew they weren't supposed to be here. I stood there, frozen, unable to move. My breath caught in my throat. My mom's scream was still echoing in my mind as I watched the men move through the house, their presence so out of place, so wrong. My heart was racing, and panic was rising in me like a tidal wave. Then, one of the men turned toward me, his eyes locking onto mine. For a moment, time seemed to stop. I don't know if it was the fear or the shock, but I couldn't move. My body felt like it was glued to the spot. Before I could do anything, the man was upon me. I opened my mouth to scream, but before I could make a sound, a gloved hand clamped over my mouth, silencing me instantly. I struggled, thrashing beneath his grip, but his hold was too strong. The man pushed me back against the wall, his breath hot against my ear as he whispered something I couldn't understand. I couldn't focus on the words. All I could think about was the sharp, chilling fear that gripped me from the inside out. The man quickly grabbed my wrist, pulling me roughly toward the basement door. I tried to fight, to resist, but it was pointless. My mind was in a haze of terror, my thoughts scattered like leaves in the wind. I could still hear my mom's screams in the distance, but it was becoming harder and harder to tell if she was still alive or if it was just the sound of my own fear that I was hearing. The basement door creaked open, and the man shoved me down the stairs. I stumbled, falling hard on the cold concrete, scraping my knees. I tried to get up, but he was already there, dragging me by the arm, his grip tight and painful. The air in the basement was thick, musty, the smell of mildew mixing with the scent of old, forgotten things. The only light came from a small window near the ceiling, but it did nothing to illuminate the space. The shadows seemed to stretch out endlessly, swallowing everything around me. I had no idea how long we were down there, but it felt like an eternity. I was shoved into a small corner of the basement, my back pressed against the cold, rough wall. The man's hand left my mouth, and I gasped for air, still too terrified to cry out. My mind was spinning. My mom, what had happened to her? Were they going to hurt her? Were they going to hurt me too? I could hear the men moving around upstairs, their footsteps heavy and deliberate. They were looking for something, or maybe they were just causing chaos. I had no idea. My only thoughts were on getting out of there, but escape seemed impossible. The door was locked, and the only way out was past those men. I could hear my mom's voice, faint now, but still there. She wasn't screaming anymore, but there was something in her voice that told me she was hurt. It made me feel sick, helpless. I wanted to help her, to make sure she was okay, but I couldn't. I was just a kid. What could I possibly do? I sat there in the basement, my mind racing, wondering if we were going to die down there. I thought about what heaven might look like. I had heard stories about people going there after they died, about angels and light. It seemed so peaceful, so calm. It was hard to imagine that a child like me could die in a place like this, in such fear, in such darkness. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. My mind was consumed by it. I don't know how long we were down there. It could have been minutes. It could have been hours. All I knew was that the fear never left me. I thought I would never see the outside world again, never feel the warmth of the sun on my face. All I had were the sounds, the footsteps above me, the faint creaking of the house, and the distant sounds of the men moving through the rooms. Then, finally, I heard something that made my heart skip a beat. A loud bang, and then another. It was a door slamming open. It was my dad. My dad had woken up, heard the screaming, and come downstairs. I didn't know where he was, or what had happened, but in that moment, I felt a flicker of hope. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear him, his heavy footsteps moving through the house. The men didn't seem to notice him at first, but when they did, everything changed. There was a burst of movement, a loud crash, and then a single sharp shot. The sound of the shotgun was deafening, but it was the sound I needed to hear. The trespassers hadn't expected it. My dad had the element of surprise, and he used it to his advantage. I heard another shot, followed by the sound of bodies hitting the floor. There were screams, but they were not mine. It was them, the trespassers, realizing too late that they had messed with the wrong person. My dad fought them off. I don't know exactly what happened after that. I was still locked in the basement, but I could hear the chaos above me. It was all muffled, distant, like I was in a dream. Then, finally, I heard the basement door creak open. My dad's voice called out to me, frantic but relieved. He rushed down the stairs, pulling me into his arms, his voice shaking as he checked to make sure I was okay. Mom was unconscious but breathing, lying on the floor upstairs. The trespassers, 3 men, had been taken care of. One was dead, the other 2 injured. My dad's quick thinking had saved us. The police arrived soon after, but the damage was done. The trespassers were gone, and our house, our sanctuary, had been shattered. My mom recovered, though it took time. But I never forgot that moment. The fear, the helplessness, the feeling that I was about to lose everything. It was a nightmare, but we survived. And we were stronger because of it. I never looked at our house the same way again, but I also never took my family for granted. We were lucky, so lucky. But I learned that night that danger could be lurking anywhere, and that nothing in life was ever truly safe. Not even in your own home. It wasn't the end of our story, though. It was the beginning of something new, a life where we held onto each other tighter, a life where every sound in the night made me think twice. It was a lesson I'd never forget. When I was around 11, I woke up to the sound of the clock ticking in my room. The sunlight had already filtered through my curtains, and I could tell it was late, probably around 11 a.m. I wasn't in a rush, so I stretched and yawned before rolling out of bed. My head felt a little groggy, but nothing unusual for a Saturday morning. I didn't have any plans that day, just the usual mix of video games, maybe some bike riding, and hanging out with my brother. I walked down the hallway and into the bathroom to wash up. The cool water splashing my face made me feel a little more awake. As I dried off my hands with a towel, I heard faint sounds coming from my brother's room. I wasn't sure what he was up to, but curiosity nudged me to check in on him. I walked over to his door, gave it a light knock, and pushed it open. There, by the window, was my mom. She wasn't facing us. She was standing by my brother's bedroom window, looking out at something, her back turned to the room. I couldn't quite tell what she was looking at, but the way she was staring, frozen, felt strange. It was like she was waiting for something. But what? My heart skipped a beat when I saw the tension in her posture, the way her shoulders were tight, almost rigid. The atmosphere in the room felt off, and I said what was on my mind without really thinking. "Mom, that's creepy." She didn't respond, not right away. My brother, still in bed and half awake, glanced up at her, confused. He looked down at his phone again, not paying much attention. I stood there in the doorway, waiting for my mom to say something, but she didn't. Her gaze remained fixed on whatever it was she was staring at outside. After a while, she turned to us, her expression still serious. Her voice was calm, but carried a note of concern when she spoke. "There's cops in the neighborhood. A lot of them." It was odd. Why would there be so many police officers? I wasn't exactly worried at that point. Our neighborhood wasn't perfect, but nothing ever seemed too out of the ordinary. It was quiet. We didn't have problems with crime. But I could tell something wasn't right, the way my mom spoke, the way she avoided eye contact with us. She must have been trying to hide her worry, but it was obvious to me. My brother didn't seem to care much. He was busy scrolling through his phone, probably more interested in whatever game he was playing than in whatever was happening outside. I looked out the window and saw a few police cars parked along the street, their lights flashing. More were arriving, turning onto our street one after another. There were a lot of them, I thought. The whole thing felt strange. My mind started to wander, trying to make sense of what was happening. Then I remembered something. My friend had a stepdad who had a history of anger issues. It wasn't rare for her mom to call 911 on him when he would get out of control. I knew things were tense at their house sometimes. He would yell, throw things, and get so worked up that the police would be called to calm him down. Could it be that? Could it be something similar happening now? I mentioned this to my mom, almost in passing, as I stared outside. "It's probably just Mr. H, my friend's stepdad," I said. "He has anger issues sometimes, doesn't he?" My mom didn't answer right away, which was unusual. She usually replied quickly, especially to something I said about my friends, but this time she seemed distant. It didn't make sense why she'd be acting like this over something that seemed so trivial. She didn't even look at me when I spoke. Instead, her eyes were still glued to the window, her face pale and tight with fear. Then, something happened that sent a chill through me. A police officer, with a serious look on his face, stepped out of one of the cars. He wasn't just standing on the sidewalk. No, he walked right up to our yard. And not just walking casually, but with an air of urgency. My breath hitched as I saw the officer's weapon. It was huge, one of the biggest guns I had ever seen. It wasn't just a sidearm. No, this was something bigger, something meant to intimidate. I could barely comprehend what I was seeing. My mom turned to us with wide, panicked eyes. "Get in the basement," she yelled, her voice breaking as she scrambled to make us move. There was no time to ask questions, no time for explanations. I didn't think. I just moved. My brother, still groggy and confused, dropped his phone on the bed. We all ran. My dad, who had been downstairs in the kitchen, rushed up and grabbed my mom's arm. She was already moving toward the basement, pushing past us, urging us to hurry. I was right behind her, not sure what was happening, but knowing I had to follow. I grabbed my dog, who was already pacing nervously by the door, and held onto her leash as I sprinted downstairs with my family. The basement door slammed behind us, and my mom quickly locked it, her hands trembling as she turned the key. The sound of the lock clicking echoed in the room, and I remember it felt like the world outside had become distant, like it was somehow separated from us now, and all we could do was wait. We huddled together in the basement, the air thick with fear. We sat on the cold concrete floor, the dim light from a single bulb overhead casting long shadows. My mom was crying, trying to keep it together for us, but the tears kept slipping down her cheeks. My dad was quiet, his face drawn, lips pressed tightly together, clearly struggling to keep his own composure. My brother kept asking what was happening, his voice cracking with unease, but neither of our parents answered right away. We could hear the sounds from outside, distant but unmistakable. Gunshots. The first one made me flinch, and I remember feeling a sickening jolt in my stomach. It wasn't just one. It was several. The sound was muffled by the walls, but it didn't matter. I knew what I had heard. My mom pulled me closer to her, holding me tightly, as though she was trying to protect me from something far worse than the noise outside. Her sobs were soft, but there was nothing gentle about the way her body shook. She was terrified. I could hear her whispering prayers under her breath, her voice barely above a whisper. The minutes stretched into hours. We sat there, barely speaking, occasionally hearing more shots from outside. I didn't know how much time had passed. An hour? 2. It felt like an eternity. I kept looking at the locked door, half expecting it to burst open and for whatever was happening out there to come crashing down on us. And then there were sirens. More police cars. I couldn't count them. The sound was everywhere, growing louder, until it was all-consuming. I couldn't think straight. All I could do was hold my mom's hand and try to keep my dog from barking, from making any sound. We were trapped, locked away in our own home, unable to do anything but wait. When it was over, when the sounds finally died down, my mom spoke, her voice hoarse. "That man who lives across the street, he had a gun. He was planning to kill anyone he saw," she said, her voice quivering with emotion. He's mentally unstable." It was hard to process. I couldn't understand it. We lived in a quiet neighborhood. It didn't make sense. This was the kind of thing that happened in movies, not in real life. But here we were, safe in our basement, just a few hours removed from something that could have turned into something much worse. Later, we found out the full story. The man who lived across the street had been struggling with mental health issues for years. He had become increasingly erratic, and at some point, he had decided that he wasn't going to let anyone live without consequences. He had a rifle, and he planned to take out anyone who came near his house. The police were able to intervene before things escalated further, but not without a fight. He was arrested that day, but the weight of what had almost happened stayed with me for a long time. It was the kind of thing that shakes you to the core. I was only 11 at the time, and the thought that I might not be here today if I had woken up an hour earlier still lingers with me. It still feels like a nightmare, the kind of nightmare that never truly goes away. But I'm grateful. Grateful that we were safe. Grateful that no one was out there. That no one had to witness the kind of tragedy that could have unfolded that day. I don't know if it's luck, fate, or just how things happened, but I'm here, and my family is safe. And every time I think about that day, I'm reminded to be thankful for every moment. Please always be safe. You never know what might happen, and sometimes you can't control the events around you. But you can always hold on to the people you love, and you can always be grateful for the moments you get to keep. My husband and I live in the hood. It's not the worst neighborhood in the city, but it's definitely not the best. There's a certain kind of rhythm to life here. You learn to keep your head down, Mind your own business and treat people with respect. If you do that, people usually let you be. We don't poke our noses where they don't belong, and people seem to recognize that about us. We're not trying to play heroes, and we're not trying to play the tough guys. We just want peace, and we try to radiate that as best as we can. Our house is small but homey. It's older, probably built in the 60s, and the walls carry more stories than I could ever imagine. We have 2 dogs. One's a mutt, the other a rescue with a permanent limp, but they're the sweetest things. The living room is where we spend most of our time. It's where the TV is, where the dogs have their beds, and where we just hang out, watch YouTube, or listen to music in the evenings after work. We're both pretty quiet people. My husband, especially, has a way with folks around here. Somehow, people just trust him. He has this calmness that makes people open up, and they often stop by just to chat. Sometimes they'll ask for advice. Sometimes they just need to talk. He never judges, just listens. Of course, that doesn't mean everything is always calm. The hood has its own kind of tension that hangs in the air. Even when things seem peaceful, there's a kind of electricity, a charge that never fully disappears. It's like living near a thunderstorm that could erupt at any moment. You get used to sirens at night. You know which cars are up to something just by the way they roll past the corner. You know not to stare too long at anyone you don't know, and you definitely learn not to ask too many questions. We've gotten into a kind of routine. I work from home, and my husband does part-time at a mechanics shop down the road. He usually gets home before sunset. We make dinner, then lie on the bed or the couch with the dogs, just unwinding. The night it happened started off just like that. It was a warm evening, the kind where the air feels a little heavy but not uncomfortable. We had the windows open a crack because we didn't want to run the AC all night. I was lying on the bed with the dogs, one of them curled up next to my legs, the other sprawled out on the floor beside us. We were watching some random YouTube video. Nothing serious, just background noise while we were laughing at some dumb clip. My husband was sitting on the edge of the bed, checking his phone. It was calm, normal. The kind of night you forget about unless something makes it unforgettable. That something came fast. A loud crack, no, a bang, tore through the air. It was so loud, so sudden, that for a second I didn't even know what it was. My body reacted before my mind did. I jumped off the bed and ran toward the window, trying to see what was going on outside. My ears were ringing. Then 2 more bangs, fast, one right after the other. That's when I knew what it was. Gunshots. My heart jumped into my throat. I froze for a second at the window. I could see the flash from one of the shots out on the street, but I couldn't tell who was firing or at what. I think I was trying to process it, but there wasn't time. My husband hit the floor. I thought the dogs and I did too, but he reached up and yanked me down. I remember my knee banging against the floor, the dogs whining and scrambling, their nails scraping against the wood. I wrapped myself around them instinctively. I didn't even think about it. My first thought was that I had to shield them, like somehow I could protect them with my body. I think my husband must have seen that out of the corner of his eye, because the next thing I knew, he was pulling me off the bed, dragging me down low, his arms over me. Everything felt fast and slow at the same time. I could still hear the echo of the shots in my ears. It was only 3 shots, maybe 4, but they seemed to bounce off the buildings and stretch out longer than they really were. We stayed like that, curled up on the floor between the bed and the dresser. The dogs were trembling. I could feel their hearts pounding, and I realized mine was pounding just as hard. My breath felt tight, like I couldn't get enough air. We didn't move for what felt like forever. There was no way to know if it was over, no way to know if more were coming. I think we were both just listening, trying to hear something, anything, that would tell us it was safe. But the silence that followed was almost worse than the noise. It was too quiet. Eventually we moved, slowly, carefully. My husband peeked over the windowsill. I stayed crouched, trying to calm the dogs. One of them was still shaking. I realized my hands were shaking too. Outside there were voices. People shouting, some running. A car had peeled off right after the shots, tires screeching, and I remember that sound almost more than the gunfire itself. It stuck in my head like a siren. We didn't go outside. We never do when things like that happen. It's not safe, not even to help. If someone's hurt, the cops and medics will come, but stepping out in the middle of it could make you a target. So we waited. We stayed up for a long time. We turned the lights off and sat on the floor with the dogs. My husband kept his phone close, in case he had to call someone. I kept looking at the front door, half expecting someone to knock, or worse. It turned out that the guy who was targeted was someone we both knew. Not a close friend, not even someone we talked to regularly. But my husband would see him at the corner store or walking down the street, and they'd chat. Sometimes about cars, sometimes about neighborhood stuff. He was usually calm, kept to himself. He wasn't known to start trouble. That night, he was out with his pregnant girlfriend, just walking back from his cousin's place 2 blocks over. The shots weren't even meant to hit her, but they could have. That part still gets to me. Nobody got hurt. That was the biggest relief. Not him, not her, not us. But something changed after that night. You feel different after something like that happens so close. We didn't sleep right for a while. Every little noise made me jump. I started locking the door, even when I was just taking the trash out. The sound of a car backfiring made me flinch. There's this awareness that sinks into your bones, like your body's always on edge now. My husband told me later, quietly, not right after but a few days after, that I shouldn't have gone to the window, that my first instinct should always be to get low, stay away from the glass. I knew he was right. I think I knew that even as I ran toward it, but something about it just pulled me there. Like if I saw it, I could understand it better. Like seeing it would make it real, and that would help. But it doesn't work like that. Seeing it doesn't help. It just leaves an image you can't forget. I kept thinking about what could have happened. If the shooter had aimed differently. If one of the bullets had gone through our wall. If our dogs had been at the wrong angle. I played 1,000 versions of that night in my head, each one worse than the last. I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd gotten lucky. And luck isn't something you can count on in a place like this. People checked in on us in their own way. A neighbor down the block gave us a nod the next day. Someone we barely talked to left a flower on our porch. No note, just a small sign of solidarity. That's the thing about living here. People are used to danger, but they still care. They still look out for each other in quiet ways. Time passed, like it always does. We went back to our routines. The dogs calmed down eventually. I did too, sort of, but the memory doesn't go away. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed and it's quiet, I hear that echo again. That first bang. The way it sliced through the night like a warning. It's not loud in my memory. It's sharp, like ice cracking. Sudden and final. That was the only time in my adult life I really felt like I could die. Not in a movie kind of way. Not with swelling music or dramatic lighting. Just quick, random, and silent after. I remember thinking, not with words, but in that bone-deep kind of way, that we might not make it. That it could all end right there in our room with the dogs curled at our feet. But we did make it. And nothing has happened like that since, thankfully. We still live in the same house. We still keep our heads down. We're still kind to the people around us. But I don't forget. I don't think I ever will. It was a moment that showed me how fragile it all is. How a normal night can flip in a heartbeat. And how, even when you do everything right, stay quiet, stay out of trouble, stay kind, it can still find you. But we're still here. We've got each other. We've got our dogs. And we've got the knowledge now that sometimes survival is just a matter of seconds and instinct. That night taught me that, and I won't forget it. When I was in primary school, my best friend was a Russian girl named Macy. She was semi-tall for our age, and even though we were the same grade, she often looked like an older sister to me. I was an only child, and I spent most of my time with her. She was like family to me, and I trusted her more than anyone. It wasn't that I didn't have other friends. I did, but Macy and I had something different. While I made friends easily, she didn't. People were scared of her, or they thought she was too intimidating, maybe because of her quietness, or because her English wasn't perfect. Whatever it was, she had very few friends. But I wasn't bothered by it. She was my best friend, and I loved her. There were things about Macy, though, that no one else seemed to notice or care about. For one, she could be rough. She didn't always know how strong she was. Sometimes, when we were playing or messing around, she'd grab my arm or push me in a way that would hurt, even if she didn't mean to, and I'd cry. But Macy never comforted me. She would just stare at me with this blank, emotionless look, like she didn't really understand why I was upset. She wouldn't apologize, and she wouldn't even stop what she was doing. Sometimes, when I begged her to stop, she just kept going, like nothing was wrong. It used to hurt, but I never told anyone about it. I was afraid they'd tell me I shouldn't be friends with her anymore. But no matter how cold she seemed, I still loved her. She was my friend, my sister. Macy also had an obsession with animals. I mean, she loved them more than anyone I'd ever met. She could be gentle with them, but sometimes that love went too far, too. I remember her spending hours just staring at the neighbors' cats, following them around, sometimes even sneaking up on them when they didn't notice. Her eyes would be so fixed on them, and when she finally got close enough, she wouldn't always know how to stop. I noticed it, but I never said anything. It seemed like she didn't understand the idea of boundaries with animals. She loved them, but in a way that always made me uneasy. One evening, I overheard a conversation between my mom and her friends. They were talking about cats disappearing around the neighborhood. Several cats had gone missing, and there was even a dog that had vanished. No one had any idea who was behind it, or even if it was just animals running off, but the idea terrified me. I was only 11, and my cat, Ginge, was one of my few close friends. I loved him like he was family, and the thought of him vanishing like the others sent a cold shiver down my spine. I ran down the stairs that night to see Macy sitting outside my house, just outside the path that led up to my front door. She was sitting cross-legged on the street, her eyes already locked on mine as I opened the door. On her lap was Ginge, my Ginge. I could see his ginger fur poking out from underneath her arms, and my heart skipped a beat. Macy didn't smile. She never did. Her face always had that same deadpan expression. But she just stared at me, as if waiting for me to speak. I asked her how long she had been sitting there, what she was doing, and why she had my cat. She didn't blink once as I spoke. She just kept looking at me with those cold eyes. I brought up the missing cats and how worried I was about Ginge. She didn't seem concerned at all. In fact, she interrupted me halfway through my sentences, muttering something in Russian. Then, without warning, she stood up, and Ginge was dropped from her lap. She didn't even bother to look at him. She simply turned and walked away, her movements mechanical, like she was in some sort of trance. It wasn't like her at all. She had never walked away from me without saying goodbye, or at least acknowledging me. The next morning, Ginge didn't show up for breakfast. And the next day, he didn't show up either. Or the day after that. Or the day after that. I was scared out of my mind. I didn't know what to do. Every time I looked for him, he wasn't there. I kept thinking about Macy and that strange way she had acted the night before. I tried to push the thought away, but the more I thought about it, the more it scared me. Something wasn't right. By the time the end of the school year came around, I was still worrying about Ginge. I didn't know what had happened to him, but I had a feeling I wasn't going to like the answer if I found out. I caught up to Macy after school one day, like I usually did. I told her about how I hadn't seen Ginge for days and how worried I was, but this time, her response was different. Her usual quiet listening attitude changed. She suddenly stopped walking. She whipped her head to face me, moving so close to my face that I could feel her breath against my skin. She said nothing, but there was a coldness in her eyes, something that sent a chill through me. Without saying another word, Macy turned and began walking fast, almost as if she was in a hurry. I followed her, trying to keep up, but she didn't seem to care. She led me to her house, which wasn't far from mine, just a few blocks away. I didn't think anything of it at first. She had been acting odd, but she was still my best friend. She led me to a set of doors behind her house. The smell hit me as soon as we got close. It was putrid, almost like something rotting. I asked her what that smell was, but she just stared at me, her face unreadable. Then she beckoned me over with her finger, unlocking the basement door without saying a word. When she opened the door, the smell hit me like a brick. It was overwhelming, and for a moment I couldn't breathe. The stench was so strong that my eyes burned, and I couldn't see anything for what felt like 15 seconds. It was only then, when I could finally see again, that I realized what I had walked into. My heart dropped into my stomach. Inside the basement were dead animals. A dozen or more, some of them familiar pets. I recognized them. They were animals I had seen around the neighborhood, cats and dogs I'd once petted. Their bodies were in various stages of decay. Some were barely recognizable, their fur matted and their eyes clouded over. Others were mutilated, some decapitated. My stomach turned, and I couldn't stop myself from throwing up. But through it all, Macy stood there, silently gripping my arm, not reacting to my horror. When I could finally stand again, Macy started leading me down into the basement. I tried to move away, but she squeezed my arm so tightly that I couldn't pull away. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body wouldn't obey. I was frozen. Every step we took deeper into that basement, the air got thicker, and I felt like I was suffocating. Then I heard it, a weak, raspy meow from the darkness. I froze again, my heart racing. I didn't know why, but the sound paralyzed me. Macy, however, didn't hesitate. She screamed something in Russian toward the meow, and before I could react, she grabbed the poor, dying cat in her hands, shaking it violently. I couldn't move, but seeing her treat that animal like that, seeing it in her hands, so weak and helpless, snapped something inside me. Suddenly, I wasn't scared anymore. I wasn't frozen. I was filled with rage. I didn't think. I just acted. I ran at Macy, grabbed the cat from her hands, and ran. My legs were moving before my mind caught up. I don't even remember how I got out of the basement, but I did. I ran with that cat in my arms, as fast as I could, not daring to look back. I didn't want to see her chasing me. I ran all the way home. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my hands were shaking as I clutched the cat to my chest. I don't know how long it took me to get home, but it felt like forever. When I finally made it to my front door, I remember opening it, but everything after that is a blur. The whole rest of that day is like a blank space in my mind. It's like I was in shock. Ginge recovered, physically, but he was never the same. He was always skittish, never trusting anyone the way he had before. And neither was I. I never told anyone what had happened. I couldn't. It felt too unreal, too horrifying. I told my mom that Ginge had been trapped, but I didn't tell her where or how. I didn't want to see Macy again, and I didn't want to relive that nightmare. It wasn't until years later that I started to process everything that happened that day. I still don't fully understand why Macy did what she did, or how she could have treated animals like that. I don't know if she ever even cared about me the way I cared about her. What I do know is that I'll never forget what I saw that day in that basement, and I'll never be able to trust anyone the way I trusted her. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see her face, cold and motionless, staring at me with those dead eyes as she let my cat drop from her lap. And I'll never forget the way she walked away from me that night. Like I meant nothing. Like nothing mattered to her. The heat hit me first as I stepped into the fiery furnace, the iconic maze of rock formations in Arches National Park. It wasn't the scorching dry heat you sometimes hear about. No, this was worse. The air had weight to it, thick and pressing. The sun hung directly overhead, and I could feel every drop of sweat that formed on my forehead, dripping down my back. It was midday, and the temperature had climbed to a blistering 90 degrees. I wasn't prepared for it to be this intense, but I had my camera gear slung over my back, and there was no turning back now. The park ranger had warned us at the entrance that navigating this place wasn't easy. He said that the arrows marked along the trail could be hard to follow, especially if you got ambitious and decided to scramble over rocks or go off the beaten path. He wasn't kidding. As I looked around, I could already see the jagged edges of the rock formations crowding me in, like nature's own labyrinth, twisting and narrowing the way. The fiery furnace wasn't a normal trail, and I knew I'd have to stay on my toes, climbing up and over boulders, squeezing through tight slots, and being ready to get creative if I wanted to find my way through. I'd been hiking for an hour already when I first lost sight of the arrows. I had followed them for a while, but the trail seemed to fade as I got deeper into the maze. I could see a few markings here and there, but they didn't lead in any obvious direction. It was too tempting to see what was just beyond the next rock or canyon. The rugged landscape was calling to me. I figured if I could find my way to the next canyon, I'd be able to spot a clearer route out. So I kept going. The air grew heavier with each step, and I could feel the weight of the camera gear on my back. I was sweating heavily, each step feeling more like an effort than the last. I kept trying to adjust the straps of my pack to relieve the pressure, but the hot desert sun didn't let up. I kept telling myself it wasn't much further. I had to be close. The idea of having a photo-worthy shot at the end of the day kept me pushing forward. But the more I climbed, the further I seemed to get from any trace of a trail. I began scrambling up rock faces, wedging myself between jagged boulders that were too steep for most people to climb. I thought I was still on track, but the truth was I had lost all sense of direction. What was supposed to be a short, straightforward hike had turned into a puzzle I couldn't solve. At first, I tried to retrace my steps, looking for the arrows again. But after climbing one too many walls of stone and descending a narrow canyon, I found myself standing in a place where no other human footprints marked the ground. It was just me and the dry desert earth. It felt eerie. I knew I should have turned around, but instead, I thought back to the ranger's advice. Go counterclockwise. Keep moving until you find the next sign, the next footprint, the next clue that would help you navigate your way out. But the truth was, I was feeling a bit too stubborn for my own good. I thought maybe, just maybe, I could push forward a little more. I had come this far, right? What was a little more wandering? So, I followed the natural curves of the rock formations and continued down into another canyon, convinced that the arrows had to be ahead. I hadn't realized that I had left behind the few remaining footprints I had come across. I should have been paying more attention. The further I went, the less familiar everything became. The terrain shifted from smooth rock to rougher, jagged stone that made it harder to climb. Sweat dripped from my face, my shirt clinging to me in the oppressive heat. I was running low on water, and my energy was beginning to fade. Then it hit me. I had no idea where I was anymore. I looked around, trying to spot something, anything familiar. But there was nothing. No arrows, no footprints, just the vast emptiness of the canyon walls. The realization made my heart start to race. I was lost. The world suddenly felt much bigger, much more isolating than it had a few hours earlier. I retraced my steps again, trying to recall the path I had taken. I scrambled back up to a higher rock, thinking I might be able to spot something from above. The heat made everything shimmer in the distance, blurring the horizon. I could feel the panic start to rise in my chest. It was quiet, so quiet. The only sound was the faint echo of my breathing and the occasional scrape of my boots against the rocks. I began to realize how much trouble I was in. I hadn't seen anyone in hours. My phone had no service. The sky was a brilliant blue, but it felt almost too open, too unforgiving. I didn't have enough water to keep going for much longer, and the sweat wasn't helping. It soaked through my shirt, dripping onto the camera gear strapped to my back. Then I remembered something the ranger had said. Follow the counterclockwise route until you hit a more familiar path. That would lead me out. But as the hours stretched on, I found myself questioning how much more of this I could take. How much more scrambling, climbing, and wandering. Every direction I looked, the rocks seemed to mock me. There was no way out. By the time I realized I wasn't getting any closer to the main trail, I felt the weight of the situation settle in. Panic gripped me. My legs started to feel weak, and I could feel a headache pounding behind my eyes. I sat down for a moment, trying to steady myself. But then something shifted. I couldn't tell what it was, but I knew I had to keep moving. I couldn't let the panic take over. Slowly, methodically, I started to pick my way through the rocks, focusing on one step at a time. If I could just climb that next rock wall, maybe I would find my way. It was a slow process. The sun was starting to dip lower, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly across the land. 2 hours passed before I finally spotted something that made me breathe easier. Footprints. Small, human prints, clearly made by someone before me. My heart raced as I followed the trail. It wasn't much, but it was something. I kept pushing forward, not caring how steep the rocks were or how exhausted I was. All I cared about was finding that trail again. The worst part was the sheer unpredictability of the terrain. There were so many places where I had to scramble up rocks, crawl under low overhangs, and climb precarious ledges. But I had no choice. I kept my focus on the footprints, hoping they would lead me somewhere familiar. At last, after what felt like an eternity, I reached a canyon wall that sloped downward. I could see the beginning of the main trail just below, and I knew I was close. Relief washed over me in waves. It was still a bit of a struggle to get down the final stretch, but I was determined to make it. I clambered over a few more rocks, each step feeling like a victory. My legs were shaking, my back aching from the weight of the gear, but I pushed on. I couldn't stop now. Finally, after hours of scrambling and climbing, I stepped onto the main trail, only 100 yards from where I had parked my car. My knees nearly buckled. That's when it happened. The muscle cramps hit. Both of my legs locked up, stiff and unbendable, as if my body had decided it was done for the day. I could hardly move. The pain was sharp and relentless, but I forced myself to stand and gimp my way forward. I dragged myself, straight-legged, stumbling toward my car. Each step was agony, but I didn't care. I was so close. The heat, the exhaustion, the panic, all of it melted away as I finally made it to my car. I collapsed into the driver's seat, feeling a mix of relief and pure gratitude. I hadn't realized how much I was pushing myself until I finally stopped. I took a deep breath, letting the air fill my lungs as I gripped the steering wheel. The thought of what could have happened if I'd cramped up earlier, while I was scrambling over rocks, made me feel even more grateful. I had made it out. But that hike, it would be a long time before I forgot that feeling of being completely lost in the desert, with no clear way out. I was 10 years old that summer, and there was something about those long, hot afternoons that made everything feel like an adventure. I lived in a big neighborhood, one of those cookie-cutter places with about 600 houses, all lined up in neat rows, each with its own small yard and a few trees here and there. There were always kids playing outside, riding bikes, or running around, and most of the time, we would meet up in groups to hang out. It felt like a safe, typical suburban place. Nothing too unusual ever happened here. But I didn't know how wrong that would be on one particular afternoon. It was one of those days where the air felt thick with summer heat, the kind where everything moves a little slower and people stay inside to avoid the sweltering sun. I had been out riding my bike around the neighborhood, taking the usual route through the quiet streets. The pavement was warm under my tires, and I could feel the slight hum of the bike's wheels as they spun, the kind of feeling that made me feel like I was flying. I remember that day because, looking back, it seems like such a regular day, but I had no idea what was about to happen. I was going to take a shortcut through the school grounds. The school was just up ahead, at the end of the street. It wasn't a far ride at all, and I had been down there many times. It was always quiet, especially during the summer when no kids were there. The school parking lot was mostly empty, and the building itself always felt a little eerie when there were no people around. I liked the idea of going through there, even though it was a little out of the way. It felt like a little secret, my own hidden path through the neighborhood. I was just starting to head into the parking lot when I noticed a car pulling in behind me. It wasn't an unusual car. It was just a plain sedan, a little old, but nothing out of the ordinary. At first, I didn't think much of it. Cars passed through the neighborhood all the time. But then, as I made my way closer to the entrance of the school, the car started following me. I noticed it was moving slowly, staying just behind me as I pedaled towards the school's entrance. I looked back briefly and saw the driver's face. He was an older guy, maybe in his 40s or so, and he looked kind of scruffy, like he hadn't shaved in a while. His eyes were hidden behind sunglasses, and he didn't seem to be in any hurry. He drove past me as I approached the school, pulling up to the entrance and parking in a spot that was close to the building. I didn't think much of it at first. People parked there sometimes, especially during the summer when the school was empty. But then he got out of his car and started walking toward the door. I remember wondering why he was going in. The school was locked up during the summer, and no one was there. I had never seen a janitor around, especially not at this hour. I didn't know why, but something about it felt off. But being 10, I didn't think too much about it. I was curious. I thought it might be kind of cool to check out the empty hallways, to imagine I was one of those kids who gets to roam around the school when everyone else is gone. I had always thought the school felt different when no one else was there, kind of like it had its own mysterious vibe. I figured if he was a janitor, he was just doing his job, and maybe he would let me inside for a quick look around. As I got closer to the school, I could see him standing at the door. He wasn't looking at me directly, but I noticed that his body was turned toward me, almost like he was waiting for me to get closer. I was still riding my bike, but I slowed down as I approached. When I got close enough, he smiled and waved at me. "Hey there," he said. I didn't answer at first, unsure of what to make of the situation. "I'm a janitor here," he said, like that explained everything. "I'm just going in for a bit. You want to come in too? Maybe check out the halls. It's pretty quiet in there." I remember standing there, feeling a little unsure. It didn't feel right, but I was 10, and 10-year-olds don't always listen to that gut feeling. I thought it might be fun to see the inside of the school, to be able to wander around like I was some kind of explorer. I almost said yes, but something made me hesitate. I wasn't sure why, but it felt wrong. Just as I was about to say something, he took a step closer to me. My heart jumped in my chest. That's when I really started to feel uneasy. Why was he getting so close? Why was he still trying to get me to go in with him? And why did he look so calm, like this was totally normal? I decided I had to get out of there. Fast. I don't even remember what I said, just that I said I better not go inside, that I had to meet some friends. Without even thinking, I swung my leg over the bike and started pedaling as fast as I could. But before I could get far, I felt a hand grab my shirt. My heart skipped a beat. I looked back, and there he was right behind me. His grip wasn't tight, but it was enough to make me freeze. My whole body went cold, and I couldn't breathe for a second. I kicked my bike into gear and pushed forward with everything I had. My legs felt like they were moving on their own, and I could hear my heart pounding in my ears as I tried to break free from his hold. Luckily, his grip wasn't strong enough. I pulled away and sped off. As I rode away, I looked back. I could see him standing there, watching me, but he didn't follow me right away. I kept pedaling faster, my legs burning, my mind racing. I didn't stop until I saw a group of kids playing near the park down the street. Some of them were from my neighborhood, and there were a few parents nearby, talking and watching the kids. I pulled over, jumped off my bike, and dropped it on the grass. I felt like I could breathe again, but I didn't stop looking over my shoulder. The guy's car had driven past the park, and I watched as it disappeared down the street, still driving slowly. It didn't stop. He was gone. For a long time, I just hung out with the other kids, trying to act normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I didn't tell anyone what had happened, not at first. It felt stupid, like maybe I had just overreacted. But I couldn't forget the way he grabbed my shirt, the way he seemed so calm, and the way I almost got pulled into that school. Looking back now, nearly 40 years later, I realize how lucky I was. If I had gone inside that building, I don't know what might have happened. If I hadn't pulled away when I did, if I hadn't found that group of kids playing nearby, things could have turned out very differently. I could have disappeared, just like that. It still hits me sometimes when I think about how close I was to making a terrible mistake. I'm not sure if he was a janitor at all, or if he had other intentions. I never found out. But I do know that I'll never forget that feeling, the way my gut told me something was wrong, and how in that moment, it probably saved my life. I've always been careful after that. I trust my instincts a lot more now. It's easy to forget that danger can show up in the most unexpected places, but I'll never forget how close I came to being a story someone else told. A story with a very different ending. It was a warm, late summer weekend when we decided to go camping at the park. My ex and I, along with our 1-year-old son, were looking forward to a peaceful weekend in the woods. We had picked a spot at the far edge of the campground, right on the corner where 2 roads intersected. One heading toward the group campsites, which were always empty when we arrived, and the other running past a row of parked trailers. The campsite was pretty quiet, which was exactly what we wanted. A little peace, some time away from the daily grind. I remember setting up the tent with the smell of pine in the air, the quiet hum of distant voices, and the occasional clink of camping gear being unpacked. It felt like the perfect spot for a getaway. We were the only ones there at that end of the park, which gave us a sense of privacy. My ex and I spent the first afternoon just relaxing, letting our son crawl around in his playpen, and enjoying the natural beauty surrounding us. But there was something that didn't sit right with me from the very beginning. I first noticed the blue car the next morning. It was an odd shade, kind of faded, and out of place among the usual campers and families. The car had out-of-province plates, which stuck out to me, considering we were in a park full of locals. It was an old sedan, maybe a 90s model, and it didn't look like it belonged in a campground. But the thing that caught my attention more than the car itself was the 2 guys inside. They seemed nice enough at first, friendly even, waving and smiling as they drove by. I waved back, thinking nothing of it. Over the next few days, they kept driving by. Sometimes I'd be walking around the campsite, or other times I'd be with my son. The blue car would pass, and the guys would wave and say hello, or give a nod. Nothing too strange, just a friendly gesture, I thought. I told myself that maybe they were just being friendly, part of the camping vibe, and dismissed any feeling of discomfort that started to stir. After all, it was a small campground, and everyone was just here to relax, right? Things started to shift on the day we went swimming. It was a hot afternoon, and the pool was a good way to cool off. After we finished swimming, I wrapped myself up in a towel and started walking back toward the campsite with my son in my arms. My ex decided he wanted to take some pictures by the nearby train tracks, so he stayed behind, leaving us to head back on our own. I didn't mind, it was just a short walk back. The campground was fairly empty, so I didn't think anything of it. We decided to take a different path back to the campsite, one that went through a small cluster of trailers. As I walked, I felt a little more exposed than I usually did on the main paths, but it was fine. I was just trying to keep an eye on my son, who was in my arms, wiggling around and getting squirmy, as 1-year-olds tend to do. And then I saw the blue car again. It was parked a few trailers down from our site. I hadn't seen it earlier, so I figured it must have just arrived. But one of the guys was standing outside, leaning against the trailer. He looked me up and down, and I felt a chill run through me when he made a crude comment about what was under my towel. At first, I laughed it off. I didn't know what else to do. I just smiled, even though I wasn't really feeling it, and kept walking quickly with my son in my arms. I hoped he'd just let it go, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. We made it back to our campsite, and I quickly set my son down in his playpen. I tried to focus on getting a fire going, but then, just as I was about to light the kindling, I saw the blue car again. It was creeping slowly up the road, heading in our direction. I wasn't sure what to think at first. I figured they must have been leaving the park. There was an intersection just past our campsite that led to the exit, so I assumed they were just driving off. But as I watched, they turned away from us, toward the intersection, and then they turned around. The car was coming back toward us. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach, something cold and sharp that made me instinctively move toward my son. I don't know what it was that clicked in my mind, but I felt a sudden urgency, like a voice inside telling me that this wasn't just coincidence anymore. My heart began to race, and without thinking, I picked up my son from his playpen and started to move, barefoot on the gravel road. I didn't care about the rocks or the heat of the day. I just needed to move. As I hurried between the trailers, I looked over my shoulder, and sure enough, the blue car had turned around again. It was following me. I don't know why, but the whole thing felt like it was happening in slow motion. I had this sinking feeling, like I was already in danger. But the worst part was that I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to go to. The campground was quiet, and it was just me and my son, stuck in the middle of it. But I didn't have time to panic. I had to find someone, anyone. I spotted a couple sitting outside their trailer. The man was reading a book, and the woman was sipping on a drink. I rushed over to them, my voice trembling as I asked if my son and I could sit with them for a while. I explained, quickly and without going into too much detail, that there were people following us, and I didn't feel safe. Without hesitation, they let us sit with them, even offering to get snacks for my son. I didn't know if they fully understood how serious it was, but I was grateful. I kept glancing over my shoulder, and I could see the blue car driving around the campground. They were still looking for us. I couldn't tell if they'd spotted where I was, or if they were just circling aimlessly, but I couldn't stop watching them. After what felt like an eternity, I got confirmation that my ex was back at the campsite. I thanked the couple and hurried back with my son, my legs shaky but determined. I wasn't sure if the blue car had given up or if they had seen us. Either way, I was relieved to make it back to the safety of our tent. That night, I hardly slept. The thought of what could have happened if I hadn't been so quick to grab my son and run still haunts me. I spent the entire night listening to the sounds of the woods, hyper-aware of every creak and rustle outside our tent. The next morning, we packed up early. We didn't stick around to say goodbye to anyone or linger for the usual morning routine. I wasn't going to take any chances. We just wanted to leave. As we drove away from the park, I looked back one last time at the campsite. It seemed like just another campground in the daylight. But for me, it was a reminder of how quickly things can change. How a normal day of camping could have turned into something much worse if I hadn't trusted my instincts. I still get sick to my stomach thinking about what might have happened. I've been in dangerous situations before, but nothing compares to the feeling of knowing that my son's safety was on the line. That moment still comes back to me, the feeling of that cold knot in my stomach. The terror of thinking that someone might have been planning to harm us. We were lucky. That's the only way I can put it. We got out in time, and nothing bad happened, but I'll never forget that feeling of being watched, of knowing something wasn't right, and of running in a panic just to keep my son safe. It's not something I'd wish on anyone, and I'll never ignore that gut feeling again. The beach was packed that day, the sun burning high above, casting sharp shadows from the volleyball nets and the umbrellas. The Pacific stretched out endlessly in front of me, shimmering under the afternoon sun. It was one of those rare days when everything felt just right, the kind of day where the air tasted salter than usual, and the sound of the waves crashing against the shore was so rhythmic it almost made time stand still. I had come alone, needing some space, needing to think. I was about 45 at the time, but the weight of the years didn't seem so heavy as I stood there at the edge of the water. I waded in slowly, feeling the cool waves roll over my feet, then my calves, and then higher as I kept walking out further into the ocean. The water was pleasantly cold against my skin, not too cold to make my body tense, but just enough to make me feel alive. The sound of the crashing waves and the laughter from the beach was a distant hum, and I liked it that way. There was something peaceful about being in the ocean, about being surrounded by the vastness, something that made me feel small and insignificant in a strangely comforting way. Eventually, I found myself at the point where the ocean floor dropped off beneath me. I stood there for a moment, toes still brushing the sand, but soon I realized that the water was pulling me deeper farther out. The waves didn't seem rough or violent, but they had a gentle tug to them that I hadn't noticed before. Before long, I was floating, suspended by the ocean, not touching the sand anymore. The waves rocked me back and forth like a cradle, but I was drifting. I realized that I wasn't swimming. I wasn't fighting the current at all. I was just letting it pull me out, farther and farther. I wasn't scared. It felt oddly natural, this movement, this slow, almost hypnotic drift out to sea. It was like the water was embracing me, inviting me to stay, offering a quiet calm. I could still see the beach, the people walking along the shoreline, the families playing in the shallows, their laughter echoing faintly in the distance. It was a beautiful, sunny day, and I thought about how strange it was that I found myself in this situation, just floating out into the deep, as if the ocean had gently decided I was to be its guest. I wasn't struggling. I wasn't panicked. I wasn't thinking about anything except the gentle tug of the water and the endless horizon. I was conscious of everything around me, yet there was no sense of urgency, no rush to get back to shore, no desire to fight it. I think at that moment, I realized I was okay with where I was, even if it meant I might never see the shore again. It was just me and the ocean, the cool water, and the sky above. I floated like that for a while, looking back at the beach, watching the tiny figures of people still playing and swimming. I wondered how long it would take before I couldn't see them anymore, before the shoreline disappeared from view. I imagined drifting further out, not fighting it, just letting it happen, and eventually being so far from shore that no one could help me. I felt like I was observing it all from a distance, almost like a spectator to my own life. Then, in the distance, I saw a figure. A kid, maybe 10 or 11 years old, standing halfway between the shore and where I was staring out at me. It was like a switch flipped in my mind. I hadn't thought about anyone else for what felt like hours, but now, suddenly, I realized how strange it must look. There I was, floating aimlessly, my body half submerged in the water, and this kid was watching me like I was a curiosity, like I didn't belong out here. My first thought was, what would happen to this kid if I just stayed here? What if I just kept drifting and didn't try to make my way back? Would that kid remember me? Would they wonder what happened to the person they saw out there, just floating, getting further away? That's when it hit me, the realization that if I didn't do something, if I just stayed in this trance, I might die, and I would haunt that kid forever. That kid would grow up and remember the day they saw someone floating out at sea, someone who never came back. It wasn't a haunting in the sense of ghosts or spirits, but a weight, a memory that would stay with them for the rest of their life. I didn't want that. I didn't want to be remembered like that. So I did the only thing I could think of. I waved my arm, weakly at first, then more deliberately, trying to make sure the kid saw me. I called out, "Hey, help." It wasn't a cry for help, not exactly. It was more of a desperate attempt to break the calmness that had taken hold of me. I don't even know why I called to the kid. It wasn't like I thought they could do much. But I knew they could scream for help. I knew they could get someone's attention. I didn't want to end like this, silently fading away, without anyone even noticing. The kid must have seen me because he immediately turned and ran back toward the shore, screaming something I couldn't quite make out. But it didn't matter what he said. It was enough that he noticed, enough that he was scared enough to run for help. I couldn't see much of the shore from where I was anymore, but I could make out the small figures of lifeguards sprinting toward the water. One of them dove in, and before I knew it, I felt the familiar hands of the lifeguard grip my shoulders, pulling me back toward the shore. The ocean wasn't fighting me now. It wasn't pulling me farther out. It had let go, as if it was content to let me leave, to return to land. The lifeguard wasn't saying anything. He was focused on swimming, pulling me with strong, practiced strokes. I could hear the waves crashing against us, feel the occasional tug of the water beneath me. But mostly, I was just floating again, this time in the opposite direction, back toward the safety of the beach. When we finally reached the shore, the lifeguard helped me up and onto the sand. I felt the warmth of the sun again, the soft grain of sand beneath my feet, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I felt like I had come back from somewhere. It wasn't until I was sitting there on the sand, watching the lifeguard swim back toward the shore, that I realized just how close I had come to letting the sea take me. The people on the beach hadn't even noticed what had happened. The kid who had seen me was long gone, probably back with his parents, oblivious to the fact that I'd almost disappeared. I was still alive, still sitting on the sand, but it felt like I had stepped out of time, like I had seen something on the edge of reality. I stayed there on the beach for a while, the events of the past hour swirling in my head. What scared me wasn't the idea of dying. It wasn't the thought of the ocean pulling me away. It was the calmness I had felt, the strange lack of panic. I hadn't tried to fight the current. I hadn't called out for help. I hadn't screamed or swum or struggled. I had just let it happen, and I realized then that it wasn't a matter of not wanting to die. It was a matter of not feeling like I had the strength or desire to fight back against the pull of the water. The lifeguard had saved me, but more than that, the kid had saved me, and I wasn't sure which of them had done more. I hadn't even known that I needed saving until I was back on the shore, sitting there, feeling the cold water retreating from my legs, and seeing the beach again for the first time in what felt like hours. I wasn't sure how long I had been out there, but I knew I had come close to disappearing, close to just giving up. It wasn't about death. It wasn't about ending it, but it was about a moment of quiet acceptance, a moment when I didn't fight, when I let go. And that scared me more than anything else. I don't know what would have happened if the kid hadn't seen me, if the lifeguard hadn't swum out. I don't know how far I would have drifted, how much farther I could have gone before I couldn't find my way back. But I was here now on the shore alive. I stood up, brushing sand off my legs, feeling the weight of it in my palms as I walked back toward the beach, the sound of the waves still crashing behind me. The water had let me go, but it had reminded me that sometimes we have to fight for ourselves, even when we don't feel like we can. I was home that day with my younger brother. It was one of those regular afternoons when school was out, the sky was gray, and the house was quiet in the way it always was when our parents weren't home. My mom and dad had gone out for errands or something, maybe grocery shopping or visiting someone. I don't even remember exactly. What I do remember is the strange tension in the air. Something felt off, though I didn't think much of it at the time. I had headphones in one ear, and I was scrolling through something on my phone, probably watching some clips or checking messages. My brother was in the other room playing video games. He had been dealing with some issues at school, something with a kid he got into a small fight with in the hallway the week before. They hadn't thrown fists or anything, just shouting, pushing, just enough to draw attention. That kid, though, he had a reputation. Everyone knew he wasn't stable. And worse, he had an older brother who was even more messed up. Older by a few years, out of high school already, but people still talked about him like he was some urban legend. No one ever said much, but you could feel it when people mentioned him, like this heavy warning, unspoken but loud. It was around 4 in the afternoon, and the sun was starting to dip a little lower, giving the room that orange-gray glow. I heard knocking at the door, 3 knocks. Not too loud, not too soft, just deliberate. I figured maybe it was a package, or a neighbor, or someone selling something. I didn't even think. I just stood up, walked to the front door, and opened it. There was a man standing there. Older than me by at least a few years tall, wearing a black hoodie with the hood down, jeans, and shoes scuffed up like he'd walked through hell to get here. His eyes were blank. Not angry, not wild, just blank, like there was nothing behind them. And before I could even say anything or move, he lunged forward and shoved something into my thigh. It took a second to register. I looked down and saw the handle of a knife sticking out, pressed deep into the front of my leg. It wasn't like in the movies. There was no dramatic sound, no sudden yell. Just pressure, then heat, then this slow, spreading pain like fire crawling through the muscle. He pulled it out before I could fall. Blood poured out, fast and warm, soaking my pants instantly. I fell to one knee and grabbed the doorframe to stay upright. I was too shocked to scream. I remember the way the blood hit the porch, thick and dark. The guy just stepped right past me, into the house, like I didn't exist, like he hadn't just stabbed someone. Inside, my brother must have heard the door, or maybe the sound of me hitting the ground. I couldn't speak loud enough to warn him. I tried. I know I tried. My voice cracked, but nothing came out loud enough. The man moved quickly, turning the corner into the hallway and going right for my brother. I saw it all from the floor, still half at the door. My body was heavy. I was lightheaded, trying to pull myself up by the edge of the doorway, and everything was spinning, but I saw what happened next. My brother had just stood up when the guy charged at him, knife still in hand. My brother backed up quickly, too quickly, and I saw his heel catch the edge of the rug. He didn't fall, but he stumbled just enough that the man got close. The first slash missed barely. My brother turned his shoulder at the last second, and the blade grazed the front of his shirt. The second one landed. Hard. It caught him across the upper shoulder, deep and wide. He yelled. It wasn't just pain in his voice. It was disbelief, panic, survival. He backed up, trying to defend himself, arms raised, and there was blood pouring down the side of his arm, soaking into the sleeve and dripping onto the floor. I don't know what happened to me in that moment. Something switched. Maybe adrenaline. Maybe instinct. I managed to get up, even with the knife wound in my thigh. I don't remember the pain anymore at that point. I only remember this rush of heat and noise in my head. I moved fast, faster than I thought possible, and charged the guy from behind. I didn't even have a plan. I just tackled him. I grabbed him around the waist and slammed into him with everything I had. We both went down hard. The knife slipped from his hand when we hit the floor, skidding across the hallway and under the small table we kept by the wall. We fought, fists, elbows, knees, anything. I don't remember much from the fight. My head got hit against the floor. My arms were swinging. I think he landed a punch to my face. Maybe more than one. Then everything went dark. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed. The lights above were soft, muted, like early morning sun. My mouth was dry, and there was a dull pain throbbing through my leg, my side, my head. I blinked a few times, and when my vision cleared, I saw my mom sitting beside me. She looked tired, her eyes red, like she'd been crying for hours. Her hand was resting on the edge of my blanket. I tried to speak, but she shook her head gently. Just a small motion, telling me to rest. Later, I learned what had happened. The guy, my brother's classmate's older brother, had been handled. That's the word they used. Disarmed. Restrained. The police were called by a neighbor who heard shouting and banging. By the time they got there, he was pinned by someone else. Maybe my brother or maybe me during that blackout moment. The details were messy, but the officers said it was a miracle we were still alive. My brother had been taken to the hospital too, with a torn open shoulder. He needed stitches and a lot of bandaging. My leg had deep muscle damage, but it missed the artery. I was lucky. That's what every nurse and doctor kept saying. Lucky. I kept thinking about the way that man looked when he walked in. Like none of it mattered to him. Like stabbing me wasn't even a part of his mission, just a step along the way. I kept asking myself why he didn't try to kill me. Why didn't he stab me again when I was on the ground? Why didn't he check to see if I was dead? I don't know. Maybe he was just too focused on getting to my brother. Maybe he assumed I wasn't going to get up. The house was a mess when we returned a week later. Bloodstains, a broken table, police tape. It didn't feel like our home anymore. For a while, I couldn't sleep right. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see that man at the door, hear the dull knock, feel the stab. It's like my body remembered it before my brain could. I'd jolt awake, sweating, my leg aching even after it healed. But time passed. Therapy helped. Talking helped. Being open about it helped more than I thought it would. I had this fear people wouldn't believe me, that they'd think it sounded too dramatic or fake. But when I finally sat down and shared everything, the response was different. People listened. They understood. Some had their own stories, their own quiet traumas. My brother healed well, physically and mentally. He's strong, always has been. He went right back to football, training harder than ever, like he was chasing something that nearly got away. He's got offers now. Coaches come watch him. He's focused, grounded. We talk more than we used to. As for me, I kept running. Track was the one place where I felt like I could control my body again, trust it. After feeling helpless that day, it became even more important to move fast, to feel the ground under me and know I had power in my legs again. The scar is still there, big, thick, and ugly across my thigh. But it's mine. It's part of the story now. I got into Yukon. I'm headed there soon. Pre-law. It's something I decided after everything that happened. I want to understand the system better, be able to protect people in real ways. I never thought much about it before all this. I was just coasting, doing okay in school, not really thinking about the future too hard. But after the attack, something clicked. I knew I couldn't just let that be the end of the story. The guy who attacked us, he's in custody. There's a trial coming, but that's for the lawyers and prosecutors now. I won't see him again, and I'm okay with that. I don't need closure from him. I don't need an apology. I've moved forward without it. My parents are more protective now. We all lock the doors tighter. We check who's at the door before opening it. They still talk about what could have happened, about the timing, how lucky we were. I think they carry some guilt too, for not being home, but we've talked it through. We've all healed in our own way. Sometimes, when I walk past the front door, I feel it again, the memory. The moment of opening it, the surprise, the heat of the blade. But it fades quicker now. It doesn't control me. I'm not scared anymore. Careful, sure. Wiser, definitely. But not scared. That day could have ended a lot worse. I think about that often. We could have died. We could have been just another news story. But we fought. We survived. And we didn't just survive, we lived. We kept going. I've got college ahead, new opportunities, a new chapter. My brother's on his way to a scholarship, maybe more. We both came out stronger than we were before. And no matter how bad it got, no matter how dark it was in that moment, we made it. We really did. It was a Friday night, around 10:30, and me and a couple of friends decided to go hit the park. Just a usual weekend ritual back in 2015. I was a sophomore in high school at the time, and we were all pretty tight-knit. Mostly the kind of friends who'd go out just to shoot hoops or mess around at the park. We were the scooter boys of the neighborhood, and that was our thing. So yeah, that night, about 7 of us showed up to play ball, but 2 of us, including me, decided to ride scooters instead. There was a park not far from the one we usually went to, and it was connected by a series of dirt trails through the woods. The only light we had was from our phone flashlights, which barely cut through the darkness of the trails. The usual basketball games were going on at the first park, the sounds of sneakers slapping against the court, the bounce of the ball, the occasional shout, all the familiar noise of people hanging out. But we decided to head out to the other park because it was quiet, and we figured it'd be a good place to ride around for a bit before heading back. We knew the park was always alive with activity, even late at night. There was always something going on. People didn't usually go home before 11 p.m., but tonight, there wasn't a single sound when we arrived. I could feel the difference right away. It was dead silent. No basketball games, no laughter, no chatter. Nothing. Just an eerie stillness. The kind of quiet that felt wrong. My friend and I stood there for a second, looking around. The only light that came through was from the dim street lamps outside the park, but it didn't do much to brighten the surroundings. It felt way too empty. We figured we'd check it out for a few more minutes, but we weren't planning on sticking around long. It was late, and the park was quiet enough to make us both uneasy. We decided to turn back when we noticed something odd. There was this faint blue light glowing from the direction of the front entrance. At first, we thought maybe it was a police car or something, but when we walked closer, we realized it was coming from a police box, one of those little square booths near the gate. There was something off about it. The light didn't look right, like it was flickering strangely, almost like it was on its last legs. I walked over to it, figuring it was just some broken electrical thing. But when I got closer, I realized it was worse than that. The box was completely smashed. Wires were hanging out, and bits of glass from the shattered window were scattered all over the concrete. It looked like someone had gone out of their way to break it apart, not just the usual wear and tear you'd expect from a busted-up utility box. I bent down to take a look, mostly out of curiosity. My friend was behind me, kind of standing still, looking around like he was waiting for something. I figured he was just being cautious, but then he grabbed my shoulder. The kind of grab that made you freeze. I turned to look at him, and he was white as a ghost. His eyes were wide, and his finger was pressed to his lips, telling me to stay quiet. I didn't know what was going on, but his reaction was enough to make the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I looked around, trying to figure out what had him so freaked out. And that's when I saw it. Near the place where we had left our scooters, there was a man standing. Not just any man. He was shirtless, covered in tattoos, with an unkempt beard and wild, messy hair. He looked like someone who had lived a hard life, someone you wouldn't want to mess with. But it wasn't just the way he looked that made my heart drop. It was the way he was standing. The dude was holding a chicken dance pose. No joke. One leg lifted, balanced on one foot, his arms flapping out to the sides, like he was mid-dance move. It was the most absurd, out-of-place thing I'd ever seen, and yet, it was completely terrifying. I couldn't explain it, but in that moment, I had a sinking feeling in my stomach. He was standing so still, and the way he was staring at our scooters, it didn't make sense. I don't even know why, but it felt wrong. My friend's face was still as pale as ever, and I could see him shaking. He wasn't looking at the guy. He was staring at the ground, shaking his head slowly, trying to keep his breathing steady. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to call out to him, ask him what the hell he was doing, but I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. We were just standing there, about 10 feet away from this guy, watching him. And then, he turned his head slowly toward us. It was like a slow-motion moment, the kind where your brain tries to process something that makes no sense. He looked at us, still holding that ridiculous pose, and I swear to God, his eyes. There were no whites, just black pupils. His eyes were completely black, and I couldn't look away. I don't know how to explain it. It felt like his gaze was drilling into me, like he could see right through me, like he wasn't human anymore. Then, he did something even worse. He started hooting. Not just a normal hoot, like an owl or something you'd expect. It was like an imitation of an owl, but it sounded wrong, distorted. His voice was too low, too forced. It echoed in the still night air, sending a cold chill down my spine. The hoot wasn't like a bird call. It was mocking. And then, without breaking his stance, he slowly began to approach us. He didn't walk. He just shuffled forward, still balancing on one leg like a lunatic. I don't know how it happened, but in that instant, both of us snapped into action. We turned and ran, not looking back, not even thinking about it. I could hear my friend's footsteps pounding behind me, both of us racing through the dark park, not caring about anything but getting out of there. I didn't even think about our scooters. We left them behind, didn't care. I felt like if I stopped, if I looked back, I would see that guy right behind us, still with his freakish owl eyes and that stupid chicken dance pose. We ran down the adjacent street, through alleyways and quiet neighborhoods, trying to shake whatever had been following us. It felt like we ran for hours, though it couldn't have been more than 30 minutes. My chest was burning, my legs were aching, but I didn't stop. I kept my eyes on the road ahead, never daring to look back, too afraid of what I might see. Finally, we made it back to the park where our friends were still hanging out. We must have looked like we'd seen a ghost. We were panting, sweaty, and I was shaking like a leaf. My friend was crying. We must have been a sight, but I couldn't even speak. I just grabbed him by the arm, and we started explaining what had happened, but it was like we couldn't get the words out fast enough. We were screaming, barely making any sense. I don't think anyone understood us at first, but then, as we were explaining, the lights in the park all went out at once. Every single one. It was like someone had just flipped a switch. The darkness that surrounded us felt heavier. The park, which had always been lively, now felt completely suffocating. I was already on edge, and this just made everything worse. We didn't even wait for an explanation. We all scrambled into the one car we came in, squishing into the seats, and my friend driving peeled out of the park so fast that we probably left tire marks on the asphalt. We didn't stop talking the entire ride back. Our voices were high-pitched, shaking, like we were all still running from whatever we'd left behind. To this day, I can't get the image of that man out of my mind. I've tried to forget it, but it's always there, in the back of my head. His eyes, his ridiculous pose, the way he hooted like some animal, the slow shuffle toward us. That night, I learned how quickly things can go from normal to terrifying, how quickly a fun night can turn into something you never want to remember. I don't know who that guy was. I don't know what he was on. But that night, he was something beyond anything I could understand. A part of me still wonders if we were just too young, too naive to realize how bad things could get. That park, the silence, the blue light, the cracked police box, and that man will always haunt me. And no matter how many times I try to shake it off, I know I'll never forget that night. The owl man will always be in my head. I had been living in homeless accommodation for a couple of years at that point, a building full of people all trying to get by in their own way. I was 20, young and struggling, but at least I wasn't alone. I had a friend, one I could trust, someone to hang out with when everything else seemed out of control. That night, we were playing video games, having a few drinks, just trying to escape the harshness of reality. We were up late, probably later than we should have been. It was around 3 a.m. when it happened. The knock on the door startled me. I wasn't expecting anyone. My friend and I paused, exchanging confused looks. The pounding on the door came again, harder this time, followed by frantic shouting. I didn't recognize the voice, but there was something desperate in it. It sounded like someone was in trouble. My friend shot me a look, but I was already on my feet, walking to the door. I hadn't expected to find anyone like this on the other side. When I opened it, I saw her, a neighbor I barely knew, but I recognized her face. Her hair was wild, her eyes wide and frantic. But what really stopped me dead in my tracks was the blood. It was everywhere, on her clothes, her hands, her face. It was dripping down from her hands like she'd just been in the middle of something horrific. She didn't say anything at first. She just looked at me, her eyes wide and filled with terror. Then she muttered something about the neighbor across the hall. She's dying. The words barely made sense, but I understood enough to know I had to act fast. Without thinking, I grabbed her arm and pulled her into my flat. My heart was pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of the situation. What the hell was going on? Was she in danger too? Where is she? I asked, my voice steady despite the chaos inside me. The neighbor nodded frantically toward her flat, still shaking uncontrollably. Without waiting for another second, I grabbed my jacket and followed her out of the door. The hallway was silent, too silent for a building that usually had some noise late at night. I could hear the pounding of my own heartbeat as I followed her to the flat directly across from mine. When we stepped inside, I froze. The sight that met my eyes was beyond anything I could have prepared for. It was a mess, a chaotic scene of blood and terror. The woman lying on the floor was barely recognizable. She was still alive, barely, but her arms were wide open with deep cuts, and there was this gaping wound in her neck. Blood was pooling on the floor, and her skin was pale, almost gray. I didn't think, I just moved. My hands shook as I fumbled for something, anything to help. I could feel the panic creeping up on me, but I fought it down. I had training. I had to use it. Get downstairs, get security, and call an ambulance, I told the neighbor. She didn't hesitate. She just turned and ran out the door. I could hear her footsteps fading as she hurried down the stairs. I took a deep breath, my hands now steady as I started tearing through my drawers. I grabbed anything I could find, blankets, scarves, anything that might help me stop the bleeding. I moved to the woman on the floor, trying not to look at the blood as I gently pressed the scarf against her neck. She gasped weakly, but didn't open her eyes. My mind raced. What if she didn't make it? What if I couldn't stop the bleeding in time? I worked quickly, wrapping the makeshift bandages around her arms, trying to control the bleeding as best as I could. The room was silent except for the faint sound of her breathing, shallow and ragged. I kept pressure on her neck wound, praying that it would be enough. The minutes felt like hours. Every second that passed, I felt more and more like time was slipping away from me. I had to keep her alive. That was all that mattered. Then I heard footsteps. It was the neighbor, back with security. The door flew open, and a couple of the building's security guards rushed in, one of them immediately pulling out their phone and calling for an ambulance. They took over the situation, checking the woman's vitals and making sure she was stable enough for transport. I stood back, feeling useless for a moment, but then I realized something. It wasn't about doing everything perfectly. It was about being there when someone needed you. And I'd been there. The ambulance arrived within minutes, the paramedics rushing in with equipment. They took over the moment they walked through the door, working quickly to stabilize her. One of the paramedics looked at me, nodding once, as if to acknowledge that I'd done all I could. I watched helpless as they wheeled her out of the flat and into the ambulance. I couldn't shake the image of her, that gaping wound in her neck, the blood. I couldn't get it out of my mind, no matter how hard I tried. I had no idea what had driven her to do it, why she had tried to end it all in such a violent way. I didn't know the full story. I didn't know much about her at all. She was just a neighbor I'd seen now and then, someone who kept to herself. But now she was alive. I wasn't sure how, but she was, and that was all that mattered. I went to the hospital with her, staying in the waiting room for hours until they finally let me see her. She was still unconscious, hooked up to machines, but she was breathing. She was stable. That was all I needed to know. The doctor said that had I not acted as quickly as I did, she wouldn't have made it. That it was touch and go for a while, but the bandages had helped. The paramedics said she was minutes from death when we found her. I didn't leave her side. She asked me to stay with her when she woke up, because they couldn't get a hold of her mother. So, I stayed sitting by her bed, just trying to keep her calm as she slowly regained consciousness. Days went by, and she started to improve. Her body was healing, but I knew it would take a lot more than time for her mind to heal. But at least she was alive. That was something. It was all that mattered. Eventually, her mom showed up. I didn't know the full details of her family life, but I could tell that things weren't perfect. No one's life was perfect. But now she had a second chance. And that was something. I saw her a few months later, in the building. She was quiet, but she smiled at me. It wasn't a big smile, but it was enough. It was enough to know that she was getting better, that she was taking steps toward healing. As for me, I didn't talk about it much. What happened that night? It was something that stayed with me, but I didn't need to share it with everyone. It wasn't for them to know. I did what I had to do, and it was done. She was alive. That's what mattered. I never saw her in the same way again, though. There was always this weight between us now. She knew what I had done for her, and I knew what she had been through, but there were no words for it. Some things you just don't say. I learned a lot that night. About life. About people. About how quickly things can change, and how important it is to act when you can. It's easy to look away, to pretend everything is fine, but sometimes you have to step up. You have to be there for someone, even when you don't know what the hell is going on. And when the world feels like it's falling apart, like everything's broken, sometimes all you need is someone who won't leave. Someone who'll hold things together until the help arrives. It's not always easy, but sometimes it's enough. And that's all I could give her. Enough to keep her alive. Enough to give her a second chance. It was lunchtime, and I had a feeling that something strange was going to happen. I didn't know it then, but that moment would stay with me for a long time. I was in 6th grade, still trying to figure out the world around me, and like most kids, I didn't pay much attention to the small details, like how my own heartbeat would speed up when I thought something might go wrong. It was 12 p.m., the sun blazing down outside, and the schoolyard was buzzing with kids running around, screaming and laughing. I was standing in front of a wall fan in the corner of the ground floor of our school complex, where the breeze would blow gently, but enough to keep me from feeling the oppressive heat. The fan was one of those large, old-fashioned ones that you could always hear humming. It made the room feel cooler than it actually was, and it gave me a sense of comfort I didn't even realize I needed. The kids outside seemed to have forgotten about the heat. They were running, playing games, pushing each other around, and talking louder than usual. There was a group near the entrance of the building, playing some kind of tag or chasing game. I was watching them lazily, leaning against the cool concrete wall. The sound of their footsteps, the laughter, the shuffling of feet on gravel, it all felt so typical of schoolyard chaos. It was like any other normal day. But then, something unexpected happened. A kid from the group, a boy I didn't know all that well but had seen around, tripped and slipped, his feet losing grip on the ground. At first, I didn't think much of it. Kids fall all the time. It's part of growing up. But the way he fell, it was different. He wasn't just stumbling. He was falling with such force, like he couldn't stop himself. His head slammed right between the grooves of the building's foundation. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. He landed with a sickening thud, his forehead making direct contact with the sharp edge of the concrete. For a second, there was complete silence, like the whole world was holding its breath. And then the blood started to pour. It wasn't just a trickle or a small stream. It was a gush, like a faucet being turned on full blast. The boy's forehead was split open, blood spreading across the rough ground beneath him. The crimson liquid pooled around his head like a sickening puddle. The contrast of red against the gray concrete was almost unreal. It felt like my body had stopped working. My legs froze, my arms hung limp by my sides, and I just stood there, staring at the horror unfolding in front of me. The other kids, who had been running around just moments before, froze too, but it wasn't like me. They were shouting, panicking. Some ran toward the building, others screamed for help. I could hear the footsteps of teachers and staff rushing over, their voices filling the air, but it all felt so distant. Everything felt distant, as if I was separated from the scene by some invisible barrier. I just couldn't move. I don't know why I didn't rush over to him. I don't know why I couldn't do anything. My mind was stuck on the image of his face, pale and covered in blood, his eyes wide and unfocused. He wasn't moving, and for a moment, I thought he was dead. I thought his skull had been crushed. The blood just kept flowing, pooling around him as though the ground itself was drinking it up. The air felt thicker, heavier, like the weight of what had happened was pressing down on me, and I couldn't breathe right. I don't know how long I stood there. It could have been seconds, it could have been minutes, but time seemed irrelevant. I just kept watching, unable to move. The other kids had already crowded around him, and the teachers were on their knees beside him, calling for someone to bring first aid. But all I could do was watch. My feet felt like lead. I didn't even realize that my heart was pounding so loudly in my chest until the ringing in my ears started to fade, and the chaos of the scene started to settle in around me. I don't know what happened next. The next thing I knew, I was walking inside the building, my legs shaking uncontrollably, almost as if my body had taken over without me realizing it. I couldn't even remember how I got from the scene to the classroom. All I could think about was the blood, the image of it, his face, the way he had collapsed so suddenly. I found myself in the classroom, sitting at my desk. The world around me was spinning, but I was still. I was still and quiet. My hands trembled as I opened my notebook, almost mechanically. I didn't know what else to do, so I began to draw. I drew things that made sense to me, guns, anime characters, kids stuff, like everything was just normal. I couldn't process what had just happened, so I tried to escape into my drawings. My mind couldn't grasp the reality of what I had witnessed, so I let my pencil glide over the paper, filling the blank spaces with images that had no relation to the violence I had seen moments ago. I drew characters I'd seen on TV, things that were familiar and safe. They were distractions. I needed them. But deep down, I knew I hadn't done anything. I hadn't helped. I didn't know what to do. I should have been there. I should have run over to him, done something, anything. But I didn't. I couldn't. And it gnawed at me. The hours of the day dragged on in a blur. My mind kept wandering back to the scene, to the blood, to the feeling of helplessness that had settled into my bones. I couldn't shake the guilt. I couldn't shake the image of that poor kid, lying there, bleeding out, while I stood frozen, unable to help. Later, I heard from other kids that the boy had been taken to the hospital, that it wasn't as bad as it looked, that he was going to be okay. But none of that really made me feel better. The image still haunted me. The blood still haunted me. The guilt still haunted me. I didn't tell anyone about how I felt. I didn't talk about it to my friends, to my teachers, or to anyone. I kept it inside, letting it build up until it became this heavy weight in my chest. I kept thinking about what I could have done differently, how I could have acted faster, how I could have been braver. It felt like my fault, even though logically, I knew it wasn't. It felt like I had failed somehow, and the weight of that failure clung to me like a dark cloud. Days went by, and the normal routine of school resumed. We had recess, we sat through classes, we did homework, but I couldn't shake the feeling of what had happened. It was always in the back of my mind, lurking, even when I tried to ignore it. I couldn't stop thinking about the kid, about how close I had been to helping him, and how instead, I had just stood there frozen, unable to do anything. But eventually, as time passed, the incident became a distant memory for everyone else. For the kids, it was just another moment of chaos on the playground, another time when something unexpected had happened. They moved on, just like kids do. But for me, it wasn't that simple. The guilt lingered. The image of the blood, of him lying on the ground, would stay with me for a long time. It took a long while for me to stop feeling guilty. For years, I carried the memory with me, replaying it in my head over and over, wondering what would have happened if I had just reacted. But eventually, I realized something important. Sometimes, we don't always have the chance to help. Sometimes things happen so fast, and we freeze in the moment, and we don't know what to do. That doesn't mean we're bad people. It doesn't mean we're failures. It means we're human. And over time, I forgave myself. I realized that I couldn't change what happened. I couldn't go back and act differently, but I could learn from it. I could try to be braver next time. I could try to help more. And in the end, that's all anyone can do. I'll start by recounting one of the most terrifying nights of my life. A night that still causes my heart to skip whenever I hear a fire alarm go off. This isn't some supernatural or made-up tale. It's the kind of real experience that sticks with you, not because of what you see, but because of what you feel and hear. The terror that comes from a fire alarm is different at night. It's not the same as during the day when you're awake, alert, and surrounded by light. At night, everything's darker, quieter, and there's a sense of vulnerability that sets in. This story happened during a school trip, and trust me, it's one of the reasons I'll never take a simple fire alarm for granted. It was Thursday night, the last night of our school trip. Everyone was looking forward to heading back home the next day. I had shared a room with 4 other guys, and by the time evening rolled around, we were all exhausted. The whole day had been filled with hiking, sports, and all kinds of activities that had drained us, but as soon as the lights went out, something felt off. That night, a bunch of us had gone to the big drying room to get our wet clothes. It was one of those giant rooms with rows of hooks for jackets, hats, and pants. Everyone was chatting as we dug through our stuff, waiting for our clothes to dry. That was when someone mentioned that clothes were missing. Things like jackets, t-shirts, and some other personal stuff had vanished. It wasn't just one person. More and more of the guys were coming forward with similar stories. Money, toiletries, and even some food had disappeared from rooms. Everyone was confused and a bit unsettled. How could so many things go missing? Where did they go? At first, we thought maybe someone had just misplaced their stuff or mixed things up. But when other boys started to come out of their rooms and tell the same story, clothes and cash gone, rooms trashed, it became clear something was wrong. The atmosphere shifted. The excitement of the day was quickly replaced with unease. My roommates, and I didn't think too much of it at first. We were all a bit tired, and the last thing any of us wanted to deal with was a mess of stolen things. But there was a strange tension that seemed to settle in as we all lay down to sleep. One of my roommates insisted on locking the door, saying it was safer that way. It was a good thought, but something about it didn't sit right with me. What if the fire alarm went off? We would be stuck inside, unable to get out fast enough. I convinced him to leave it unlocked, just in case. The minutes ticked by, and soon, the stillness of the night was broken by a piercing sound. The fire alarm blared. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a false alarm, but that noise, loud and shrill, was enough to make my heart drop into my stomach. My body froze for a split second. The siren was deafening. I could feel the pressure of the sound in my chest, in my ears. It was a shriek that could make anyone panic. I yelled out, "We need to get out." It wasn't even a suggestion. I felt like my mind was being overtaken by the noise, and all I could think was, "Asterisk, get out." Now, asterisk. We scrambled out of bed, stumbling in the dark to put our shoes on. But that alarm, God, it was impossible to block out. I could feel it vibrating in my bones, each beep, each blast, tearing through my head. I thought my ears might actually start bleeding. It was so loud that it didn't even sound like an alarm anymore. It just sounded like pure chaos. I rushed to the door, fumbled with the handle, and threw it open. The moment I stepped into the hallway, the reality of what was happening set in. The sound was even worse in the corridor, reverberating off the walls, making everything feel claustrophobic and disorienting. I covered my ears, but it did nothing. The noise was everywhere, all-consuming. Other boys were running down the corridor, some of them crying, others yelling. It was a stampede of panic, with kids trying to shove past one another, desperate to get outside. I don't remember who I was with at that moment. There were so many people rushing around that everything felt like a blur. I just kept my head down and tried to push through the noise, keeping my eyes fixed on the exit. When we finally burst out into the cold night air, I could feel my body trembling from the shock. The loud alarm faded, but the tension didn't. My brain was still buzzing from the chaos, and I kept hearing the alarm in my head, even though it had stopped. As I caught my breath, I noticed something strange. One of the fire exits had been left open. Nobody had gone through it. It was wide open, just standing there, as though someone had casually walked away from it. We hadn't seen anyone using it. The thought of it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I looked around at the other boys, but no one was talking about it. They were all trying to calm down, but I could sense that we all felt uneasy. A boy who was standing nearby told me he'd heard footsteps outside the building just 15 seconds before the alarm had gone off. He said it was like someone was walking around, moving quietly in the shadows. I don't know why, but hearing that made me feel like something was off, like we weren't just dealing with an alarm, but something far more sinister. We all moved down to the fire assembly point, and for a few minutes, we stood around in silence, trying to collect our thoughts. Everyone was anxious, but there wasn't much we could do but wait. The alarm had been reset, and people started to trickle back into the building. But as the minutes passed and I tried to settle down, I heard the worst thing possible. The fire alarm went off again. This time, the noise was even more intense, more persistent. The whole building shook with the sound. And then, there was a scream. A loud, high-pitched scream, coming from upstairs. My heart stopped. I don't know what it was, but something in my gut told me we weren't dealing with a simple fire alarm anymore. I looked up at the ceiling and saw something strange. One of the smoke detectors had 2 red lights blinking on it. That was abnormal. It meant it had detected something. My stomach dropped. My mind raced as I thought back to what I'd heard earlier. Footsteps, the open fire door, and now this. There was something in the building. Something I couldn't explain. I panicked. I didn't waste any time. I grabbed my roommates and woke them up, urging them to get out of the room. There was no time to waste. The noise was so overwhelming, I could barely think straight. The other boys in the hall were in a state of chaos. Some were crying, others were shouting. A few of the teachers were trying to calm everyone down, but it didn't help. The tension was too thick. We rushed down the stairs, trying to stay calm, trying to focus on getting to safety. As we reached the fire assembly point again, I saw a teacher talking to another group of boys. "Who was staying in room G?" he asked. Without thinking, my roommates and I raised our hands. We had been in room G. He looked at us with an unreadable expression and said that the smoke detector in our room had detected something. The whole block was evacuated. Everyone was standing outside in the cold, under the harsh lights, with the fire alarm still blaring in the background. It was maddening. We stood there for what felt like hours, freezing in our pajamas, as the staff tried to figure out what had caused the alarm to go off. They moved us to another building, into new rooms with different people. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Every time I tried to close my eyes, I heard that alarm ringing in my ears. I couldn't escape it. I kept imagining myself running down endless corridors, the smoke thick in the air, the alarm screaming in the background. My heart would race, and I'd wake up in a cold sweat, only to realize I was still at the school, still in that room. I was so relieved when the morning finally came. We packed our things, and the trip was over. Everyone was talking about it, but for me, the experience was still raw. I couldn't stop thinking about the noise, the feeling of panic, and the eerie sense that something wasn't right. The truth was, I didn't know if it had been a simple mistake, a prank, or something else. But the fear of that night, the sound of that alarm, stayed with me long after we left. It wasn't just the fire alarm that haunted me. It was the sensation of being caught in something I couldn't explain. Something felt off. Even though nothing happened, the entire situation had shifted something inside me. That sound, that terrifying, deafening sound, is a constant reminder of that night. Even now, when I hear a fire alarm, my heart still drops. It's like the fear of that night is still locked away inside me, waiting to resurface. The whole event might not seem scary on paper, but the terror of it, the way it felt, the panic, it's something that has stuck with me. It's one of those things you don't forget. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was about 7 years old when I first met Pop Pop. We used to spend hours in the corner of our garden, where the grass grew tall and thick, just behind the oak tree. I would sit on the cool ground, swinging my legs back and forth, pretending I had the best of friends. Pop Pop was always there, by my side, just a few feet away. He had this soft, kind face with brownish-gray hair and the clearest, most striking green eyes. I always found them comforting, like they could see through everything and still love me no matter what. He wasn't like other imaginary friends, and in my 7-year-old mind, he felt more real than any of the kids at school or the adults around me. He wasn't a figment of my imagination. He was my friend. I remember talking to him all the time, telling him about my day, or the things I saw when I played. I would even get into long conversations with him about my thoughts, my worries, anything. No one else could see him, but that didn't matter to me. As far as I was concerned, Pop Pop was my friend, and we were inseparable. He followed me around the garden, played pretend with me, and even sat in the little playhouse in the corner, when I needed a place to rest. There was never a moment that I felt alone when Pop Pop was around. Years passed and I grew older. Somewhere along the way, Pop Pop faded from my life. Maybe it was because I started school, or perhaps I just grew out of the need for imaginary friends. But whatever the reason, he slowly disappeared, and I never thought about him again. Life carried on, new friends, new experiences, and I just moved forward like Pop Pop had never existed at all. Then, about 4 years ago, everything changed. It was an ordinary afternoon, nothing out of the ordinary, when I received an alert on my phone. I had set up doggy cams in the house after getting our first puppy, mostly just to keep an eye on the dogs while we were away at work or running errands. I had forgotten about it for a while until I saw the notification. It was one of those moments when you don't think much of it at first, but something inside you stirs with that odd sense that something isn't quite right. I opened the app, curious, and stared at the live feed from the camera in the living room. I could hear Abby, my 5-year-old daughter, laughing. She was sitting on the floor, her tiny hand petting one of the dogs, talking in a way that seemed normal enough at first. But there was someone else in the room. At first, I thought it was just her making a noise, but when I listened closely, I heard another voice. It was soft, familiar, and somehow too familiar. I stood frozen, my heart beginning to race. The voice was a strange mix of friendly and cold, and I felt a chill creep down my spine as I realized it sounded like someone I knew, someone from long ago. Without thinking, I ran toward the living room. My legs were heavy, my mind a mess of confusion. I reached Abby and knelt down beside her. She was so engrossed in her conversation that she barely noticed me. I hesitated for a second before asking, trying to keep my voice calm. "Who are you talking to, sweetie?" Abby looked up at me with those wide, innocent eyes and smiled brightly. "My friend," she replied, her tone so cheery, so nonchalant. "Who's your friend?" I asked, my voice shaky despite my best efforts to stay calm. She didn't hesitate, her little voice clear as day. "Pop Pop." I felt my blood run cold. Pop Pop. The name sent a wave of memories flooding back, memories I had buried for years. My heart started to beat faster, and I felt this intense urge to get away from the room, away from that conversation, but I couldn't move. I stood there for a moment, lost in thought, before quickly excusing myself from the room. I needed to process this, needed to understand what was going on. I walked to my bedroom, my mind spinning. I needed to talk to someone. My heart pounded as I grabbed my phone and called my mom. She picked up on the second ring. "Hi honey, how are you?" she asked, her voice light, but I could hear the edge of concern in it. I couldn't find the words at first. I was trying to keep it together, but it was too much. My thoughts were racing, and everything felt so unreal. "Do you remember Pop Pop, by any chance?" My voice cracked, the panic setting in. There was silence on the other end. My mother's voice seemed to fade in the distance, and I could almost hear her breathing faster as she processed what I said. "Pop Pop, dear? Where'd you get that name from?" Abby said that's her friend in the doggy cams. The one she's been talking to. My voice was higher now, more frantic. "Mom, what's going on?" The silence that followed was suffocating. Then, I heard her voice, now urgent. "Honey, get Abby. Get in your car. Go to the police right now. Do not wait." She hung up. Just like that. The line went dead, and I stood there, frozen, my hand still clutching the phone. The panic surged within me, choking me. I didn't know what to think, what to believe. I rushed out of the room and hurried back to the living room where Abby was still chatting away, laughing, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. But something had changed. I could hear it in the voice coming through the doggy cam again. The voice that once sounded familiar now sounded off. Subtly different, like the voice was shifting. I couldn't pinpoint how, but it made my skin crawl. I had to get Abby out of the house. I couldn't let her stay there, not with whatever was going on. But how could I do it without raising suspicion? I didn't want to scare her or make her feel like something was wrong. I tried to play it cool, asking her if she wanted to go shopping. Abby, of course, said yes, excited by the idea of a little outing. I grabbed her hand and led her out the door, feeling like the air had thickened around me. The weight in my chest grew heavier with each step. I didn't know what was happening or what I had uncovered, but something told me I wasn't ready to face it. Not yet. We drove to my mom's house in silence. Abby chattered away in the back seat, completely unaware of the tension hanging between us. My mind was racing as I thought back to what my mother had said. Pop Pop had been her old boyfriend, someone I'd never heard about before. He had stalked her for years, unable to let go after their breakup. My mother never spoke of him, but the pieces were starting to fall into place now. Pop wasn't just an imaginary friend. He was a real person, a dangerous person, the kind of person who had the ability to manipulate and control, to worm his way into my life when I was a child, to make me believe he was my friend. My mind was reeling with the implications. He was someone who had stalked my mother and killed her brother, driven by obsessive rage and jealousy. And now my daughter was talking to him. When we arrived at my mom's house, she didn't say a word. She met us at the door, her face pale. I could see the panic in her eyes. "Come inside now," she ordered. I didn't ask any questions. I just followed her in, still clutching Abby's hand. My mom locked the door behind us, and we sat in the living room in silence for a long time. Eventually, my mom spoke. Pop. He wasn't just someone from my past. He was obsessed with me. He tried to control me, and when I left him, he went crazy. I didn't know what he was capable of until after it was too late. He killed my brother to punish me. My chest tightened as I heard the truth for the first time. I never knew the full story before, but now it was all coming together. Pop wasn't some friendly ghost or figment of a child's imagination. He was a psychotic stalker who had been following me my entire life, manipulating me into believing he was my friend. And now, he had somehow found his way back into my daughter's life. The reality hit hard. I didn't want to think about what might have happened if we hadn't gotten out of the house when we did. The police were called. I don't know what happened after that, but I do know that I've never felt the same since. I've learned to trust my instincts more, and I'll never ignore that gut feeling again. My daughter has never spoken about Pop again, but I still catch glimpses of the past. Those green eyes, the soft voice, and the lingering dread that he's out there, still somewhere in the shadows, waiting for his next chance. I'll never forget what I learned that day. How a part of my childhood, something I thought was innocent, had turned out to be a part of something far darker than I could ever have imagined. Pop wasn't just a childhood friend. He was a nightmare that never went away. I was sitting in class, as usual, in 6th grade, just a normal day, except I had no idea what was about to unfold. Our classroom was on the 4th floor, so we had a pretty good view out the windows. I remember it was one of those clear, sunny days where you could see the horizon stretching far, the sun lighting up the whole city. It was peaceful, the kind of day where you didn't expect anything unusual to happen. I was sitting by the window with a couple of classmates, all of us lost in our little world. Some were busy with their work, others just staring out at the view. The class was a little more relaxed that day, maybe because it was near the end of the week. I wasn't really thinking about much, just glancing out at the distant train tracks below, occasionally watching the trains pass by. Then the door to our classroom burst open, and in came my best friend, Daniel. I didn't realize something was wrong at first. He was almost running, his face pale, eyes wide, like he had seen something that he couldn't explain. Before anyone could say anything, he just shouted, "I saw a man hanging from the bridge." His voice was trembling, and his words didn't make sense at first. Everyone in the class turned to look at him, and for a second, it felt like the room went silent. Daniel was always a bit jumpy, so at first, everyone thought he was just being dramatic. But then he said it again, this time even more urgently. "I saw a man hanging from the bridge outside. You have to look, I swear." It wasn't like Daniel to be so shaken up, and I could see the fear in his eyes. He wasn't acting. Something was wrong. I looked at him for a second, and then I followed his gaze to the window. There was a slight tension in the air, a feeling that something wasn't right, but I still didn't know what he was talking about. I got up from my desk, walked over to the window, and looked out. The view from our classroom stretched out across the city, with the train tracks running along the edge of the school property, passing under a small bridge that connected two parts of the tracks. From this height, we could see a good distance, and I scanned the area, trying to figure out what Daniel was talking about. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. The trains were going by, and there were people walking along the sidewalks, cars honking in the distance, just another busy day. But then, I noticed something that caught my attention. There, hanging just off the bridge, barely visible from our angle, was a figure. I squinted, trying to make sense of it, but I could see the outline of a person. The figure was suspended from what seemed like a rope, their body limp, hanging from the small bridge, directly in the path of the tracks. The man's body was dangling unnaturally, as if suspended in midair by some unseen force. My heart started to race. I looked closer, and as I focused more, I could make out some details. His clothes were tattered, and the most unsettling thing was his face. It was a mangled mess, blood dripping down, and I could barely recognize any features. It was the kind of image that doesn't leave your mind, the kind of thing that haunts you long after you've seen it. I felt a chill run down my spine. I looked back at Daniel, and I could see the panic in his eyes, the way his hands were trembling as he gripped the windowsill. He was right. This wasn't something you could ignore. We couldn't just go back to our work like nothing had happened. The class had fallen quiet. Some students were still confused. Others were whispering, trying to figure out if what Daniel had said was real. I wasn't sure what to think either. It didn't look real to me, not at first. The distance, the odd angle, the fact that we were so high up, it all made it hard to believe what we were seeing. But there was no denying it anymore. There was something wrong with that figure. It wasn't just some odd shape or a trick of the light. That man, or whatever he was hanging there, lifeless and unnatural. I tried to calm Daniel down. I turned to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Look, it's okay," I said, though my voice didn't sound as reassuring as I hoped. "Maybe it's just someone who got stuck or something. Don't panic. Let's tell the teacher, and we can get someone to check it out." He nodded, but he still looked horrified. I could see his face turning pale, his breathing shallow. He looked like he was about to lose it. "We need to do something," he kept saying, but his voice wavered. I turned around and saw our teacher standing by the front of the classroom, watching us. I think she could see the tension in the room, the way everyone was looking at the window. She walked over, asking what was going on, and I quickly told her what Daniel had said, trying to keep my own voice steady. The teacher didn't seem to fully grasp what was happening at first, but when I pointed out the window, she followed my gaze and went still. For a moment, it was like no one knew what to say. We all just stared out at the figure hanging there. It felt like an eternity before anyone spoke again. Finally, our teacher shook her head and said, "We'll call the office. Let's get someone to check on it." The next few minutes felt like hours. Our teacher walked out of the room, and we all waited, trying to process what we had just seen. My mind was racing. Was it a prank? Was it some kind of hoax? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that the image was real, and it wasn't going to disappear. About 10 minutes later, the teacher came back into the classroom and told us that the office had called the police. They would be sending someone to check out the situation. It felt like a small relief, knowing that someone was taking it seriously, but at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. I kept staring out the window, my eyes fixed on the hanging figure, waiting for something to happen, hoping someone would do something. We were told to return to our seats and wait. It felt wrong, being told to just sit there, but what else could we do? A few of my classmates were still whispering, trying to make sense of it, but I could tell they didn't fully believe it either. They kept looking at Daniel, wondering if he had imagined it. But the fear in his eyes made it clear that this wasn't some trick. Time seemed to stretch on, and I couldn't stop looking out the window. Then, about 20 minutes after we had first seen the man, I spotted something moving below. The police had arrived, a couple of officers in their car, their blue uniforms standing out against the dull gray of the train tracks. They approached the man slowly, carefully, like they didn't know what to expect. I could see them talking, one of them pointing up toward the bridge. They took a few cautious steps, and then, as I watched in disbelief, they reached up and started to pull the figure down. At that moment, I finally realized that what we had seen wasn't some trick or an illusion. It wasn't a prank. The man was real. He had been hanging there, lifeless and still, for reasons none of us could understand. The police managed to get him down, and I could see them carefully laying his body on the ground. It felt like everything had stopped, like time itself had come to a standstill. I couldn't pull my eyes away from the scene below. The image was burned into my mind. That bloody, mangled face, the lifeless body hanging so carelessly from the bridge. As the officers began to handle the situation, I turned to Daniel, who was sitting beside me, his face pale and distant. I could see that he was struggling to comprehend what had just happened. I wanted to say something to reassure him, but I didn't have the words. There was nothing that could make what we had just seen go away. No words could undo the image we'd all witnessed, no matter how much time passed. After a while, the police took care of everything, and we were told that the situation was under control. They wouldn't be making any more public announcements, and we were just supposed to carry on with our day. It felt wrong to go back to normal so quickly, like the weight of what had happened was too heavy to simply move on from. But the day carried on, and slowly, the students drifted back to their seats, and the class resumed, though it felt like none of us were really there. Years have passed since that day, and I've never forgotten it. I still remember the image of the man, the bloody face, the limp body hanging from the bridge. It's the kind of thing that stays with you, no matter how much time goes by. It's not something you can forget. And even now, whenever I pass by that area, I can't help but feel a chill run down my spine, remembering that horrible sight, the one that still lingers in my mind. It was just past midnight when I arrived at the festival site with my friend to start our shift. We were working security, and the place had been empty for hours. The site itself was massive, an open field with tents and stages, surrounded by woods that felt like they stretched on forever. Normally, our job would be a breeze. A quiet night, some walking around, checking the perimeter, and making sure nobody was sneaking in or causing trouble. But that night felt different. I don't know if it was the darkness or the eerie silence, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Still, I shrugged it off. I'd done this job many times before. After clocking in and checking in with my friend, we split up to cover our designated areas. My usual route was through the woods. It wasn't the most fun, just trees and silence, but it was part of the gig. I started walking down the narrow trail that led into the forest, trying to keep an eye out for any signs of trouble. It wasn't long before I noticed something that caught my attention, a figure darting between the trees. At first, I thought it might have been an animal, but no, this figure was running too fast, too deliberately. It was a person. I immediately grabbed my radio and paged my friend. He was supposed to be covering the other end of the site, but I needed backup. I stood there for a few seconds, watching the dark shape disappear deeper into the woods, the sounds of their footsteps muffled by the thick trees. "Hey man, I just saw someone running through the woods. Can you meet me out here?" I said into the radio, my voice steady, but my heart was beating a little faster now. Within a minute, my friend arrived, looking around with a flashlight, but the figure was nowhere to be seen. We both scanned the area, hoping to catch a glimpse of whoever it was, but the woods were empty. We stood there for a moment, exchanging a look that said everything. Something didn't feel right. I don't know, man. It could have been someone walking back to the festival grounds, but why would they be running like that? I said, trying to make sense of it. He nodded. "Let's keep an eye out, but stay alert." We decided to stay in the area, walking side by side, keeping the flashlights moving in slow arcs. The woods were unnervingly quiet, with only the distant hum of the festival far off in the background. It felt like we were the only two people left in the world. A few minutes later, I glanced to my left. There he was again, the same figure, running. This time, he was faster, almost too fast to be human. It was like he was gliding through the trees, disappearing in an instant. My stomach dropped. "Did you see that?" I whispered to my friend, but I already knew the answer. We both saw it. Without thinking, I grabbed my radio again. "I'm calling it in. This guy's not normal." My friend didn't say anything, but his tense posture said it all. I dialed 911. There was no time to waste. "Hello, this is security at the festival site. We've got someone running through the woods, and they're acting suspicious. We need someone out here." The dispatcher told me to hold tight, and that a unit was on the way. My friend and I stayed put, the weight of the situation settling in. We were two guys alone in the middle of nowhere, with some stranger running circles around us. The thought crossed my mind, what if he wasn't just running? What if he was planning something? We kept our flashlights moving. The trees cast long shadows, and every creak of the branches above seemed amplified in the stillness. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. 30 minutes passed. My eyes were glued to the trees, but no one came. There was nothing but the sound of my breathing and the occasional rustling of leaves. I lit a cigarette, trying to calm my nerves, and leaned against one of the trees. My friend was pacing now, restless, his flashlight dancing through the trees. We'd been on edge for a while, but now the waiting was the worst part. It was too quiet. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. This time, it wasn't a figure running. It was a shadow, much closer now, and I froze. I couldn't tell what it was, but I knew it wasn't just the wind. I quickly checked my surroundings, but there was nothing. No noise, no footsteps. It was like the woods had swallowed everything whole. I looked down at my cigarette, took another drag, and pulled out my phone to call the head of security. "We've got a situation here," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "We need a team now. There's something wrong about this whole thing." As I talked, I kept my eyes scanning the woods. I was distracted for a moment, but then I heard something. Footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, coming closer. I looked up, heart racing, but when I turned, there was no one there. That's when I saw the police. They were approaching quietly from the edge of the woods. No sirens, no flashing lights, just 3 officers walking toward me. Their footsteps on the dirt were soft, almost inaudible. I stood up quickly, cigarette in hand, trying to gauge their expressions. They didn't look like they were rushing in to solve a crime. They looked like they were trying to avoid drawing attention. They stopped about 10 feet away from me. The lead officer, a tall guy with dark hair and a serious expression, looked me up and down before speaking. "How many security officers do you have here?" he asked, his voice calm but tense. I hesitated. "Just me and my friend," I said, taking another drag from my cigarette, trying to seem casual, though my stomach was twisted in knots. Their faces turned pale. For a second, I thought I might have said something wrong, but then I noticed the way they were looking behind me. They weren't just looking at me. They were looking at something else, something in the dark, something I couldn't see. Their eyes were wide, scanning the trees, the ground, everywhere but at me. I didn't understand. Why were they so shaken? "Stay here," the officer said, his voice suddenly serious, his hand resting on his gun. He signaled to the others, and they began to move toward the tree line, carefully, quietly, like they were hunting something. I was confused and a little scared at this point. What was going on? Then the lead officer turned back to me. "You didn't see him? You didn't hear anything? He was standing right behind you. He had something, a weapon, big, heavy. You were on the phone the whole time." I froze. My heart skipped a beat. I thought back to when I was smoking and talking on the phone with security. I remembered the feeling of someone being near me, but hadn't realized just how close they were. That shadow I'd seen earlier, the one I thought was just my imagination, wasn't a shadow at all. Someone had been right behind me, ready to attack. The officers kept searching the area, but the person, whoever they were, was gone. One of the cops turned back to me. "You were lucky. We got here just in time. That person could have been hiding there the whole time." My mind raced. If the officers hadn't shown up when they did, I could have been done for. I would have never known what hit me. The worst part was that the whole time I'd been smoking, talking on the phone, I had no idea someone was watching me from the dark. The officers stayed for a while longer, checking the perimeter and making sure there was no one else around. They didn't find anything else, no traces, no signs of the person who had been stalking us. They told me to stay put and keep an eye out, but by then I was shaking. The adrenaline was wearing off, and it hit me all at once how close I had come to something really bad. When they finally left, the woods felt different, quieter, even though it was the same. My friend and I didn't speak much after that. We finished the rest of our shift, but I couldn't shake the image of that person standing so close to me, holding whatever it was that could have ended me. As we walked out of the woods and back to the festival grounds, I couldn't help but feel a chill in the air. The cops had saved me, but the thought that someone had been so close, watching me, waiting, was enough to make my skin crawl. After that night, I never took a shift in those woods alone again. I was 16 when it happened. I remember it so clearly even now. It was one of those evenings where the sun had already dipped low, casting long shadows across everything, and the air had that cool bite that always came in late autumn. I lived near a community college, and we weren't exactly in a rough area, but we weren't in a good one either. People kept to themselves mostly, but there were always stories floating around. Weirdos, creeps, the occasional robbery or mugging, stuff like that. I didn't like walking alone at night. Never had. Especially not near the woods that ran alongside the college. Still, I guess my craving for snacks got the better of me that day. I had spent most of the day inside, bored and scrolling through my phone. I hadn't eaten much, and by the time it hit around 6:30, I started feeling antsy. I wanted chips or maybe a chocolate bar, something sweet and salty. I kept thinking about it until I just decided to throw on a hoodie, grab a few bucks, and head to the gas station. It was only about a 10-minute walk from my house, cutting through the college grounds. The sky was already dim, orange and purple streaks blending into deep blue. I hesitated for a bit at the door, thinking maybe I should wait until morning, but I brushed the nerves off. I told myself I was being silly. I'd walked that path before. The college campus was mostly empty. The last of the evening classes had let out, and the students who were still around moved in quick little groups, chatting or looking at their phones. I kept my head down, hoodie up, and walked fast. The crunch of leaves under my shoes echoed weirdly in the stillness. The gas station sat just past the main campus building, right across from the road. A few flickering lights lit up the lot, and I could see the usual cars pulled up to the pumps. A couple of people were inside paying for gas or grabbing snacks like me. As I got closer, I noticed a white work truck parked along the side, the kind with a tool rack and a dusty windshield. A man was standing outside it. He looked to be in his mid-40s, wearing a hat pulled low over his eyes and one of those faded flannel jackets. Something about him made my stomach feel weird. He wasn't doing anything really, just standing there with his arm resting on the open door, staring out across the parking lot. As I passed him, he turned and called out, "Excuse me, Mississippi. Do you happen to know the area code around here?" I stopped, not because I wanted to talk, but because he'd said it so suddenly. I kept a few feet between us, staying near the gas station doors, and told him it was 604. He nodded, said thanks, and climbed back into his truck. I didn't stick around. I went inside, grabbed a bag of chips, a chocolate bar, and a bottle of iced tea. Paid in cash. The cashier didn't say much, just gave me a bored look and handed me the receipt. I shoved it all in my hoodie pocket and headed back out. The man was still sitting in his truck, engine off, hands on the wheel. I could see him watching me in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to look directly at him, so I focused on walking fast, crossing the street, and stepping back onto the college pathway. It wound between two main buildings and then opened into a small concrete courtyard that led into a longer pathway beside the woods. That's when I heard the engine start. The sound made my stomach drop. It wasn't a soft start. It was quick and rough, like someone turning the key with too much force. Then came the screech of tires as the truck peeled out of the lot and tore off down the street. I froze. For a moment, I let myself feel relief. Maybe he was just weird. Maybe he was heading home. But as I kept walking, the relief faded. The college grounds weren't well lit past the main buildings. The path I was on hugged the side of the woods, and while there were a few streetlights, they were spaced far apart. The shadows between them were long and dark. I glanced to my right, across the wide, empty grass field and the cracked pavement that circled the college. My stomach twisted again. There was a truck speeding down the long road that ran parallel to the college exit. I couldn't see the details. It was too dark, but my gut knew. It was him. No other cars, no reason to be driving that fast, that erratic, down a road that led nowhere but to a dead-end loop. He knew the area code. He knew this place. He knew I would walk back through the college. And there were only two ways out. The main exit, which he was racing toward, or the other path that led through a narrow trail in the woods. That trail didn't have lights. Just dirt, rocks, trees, and darkness. I didn't think. I scanned the area around me and saw a thick bush, covered in thorny vines and dead branches, just a few feet off the path. I dove into it. The thorns tore at my jeans and hoodie, scratching my arms and legs. I bit my tongue to keep from making noise. My breath came fast and shallow. I tucked myself as low as I could, pulling leaves over my face, heart pounding so hard it hurt. The truck roared toward the exit and stopped. The headlights swung across the field. I didn't move. I couldn't. I watched through gaps in the leaves as the man got out of the truck. He left it running, the rumble of the engine shaking the ground faintly. He walked slowly, deliberate steps toward the bush line, not directly at me but close. He looked around, scanned the shadows, then paused maybe 10 or 15 feet past where I was hiding. "Come out, come out." His voice wasn't loud. It wasn't angry either. It was calm, casual, like he was playing a game. I could see his boots on the pavement, his hands hanging by his sides. He wasn't holding anything. At least, not that I could see. But that didn't matter. I knew if I stayed there and he turned around, saw me, I wouldn't be able to outrun him. That was my chance. I burst out of the bush, branches tearing at me as I flew forward. I felt a shoe slip off, but didn't stop. I ran faster than I ever had. The air felt thick and cold. My legs burned with every step, lungs screaming. I heard him shout behind me, a sharp bark of surprise. Then the sound of feet pounding the pavement. I veered toward my street, toward the houses that sat just past the edge of the campus. My bag slipped from my shoulder. I let it go. My phone was in it, but I didn't care. I reached my house. I don't know how I made it that far. My body was moving on fear. I stumbled up the steps and started pounding on the front door, screaming. The man was behind me somewhere. I could hear the truck engine roar to life again. Tires screeched as it peeled away. My fists hurt from hitting the door. Then it opened. My grandma was there. I collapsed into her arms, couldn't even speak. My breath came in gasps. I shook so hard my teeth clattered. She pulled me inside, locked the door, and held me. We sat there in the hallway, me sobbing into her sweater while she tried to get me to calm down. It took a while before I could say anything. When I finally explained what had happened, she called the police. They arrived quickly, 2 officers, both serious-faced and quiet. They didn't question my story. In fact, one of them nodded slowly and said there had been 2 similar reports that night. Same truck, same description. A man trying to lure or trap girls walking alone. They walked me back to where I had dropped my bag. It was still there, tossed to the side of the road, my phone a few feet away in the grass. One of my shoes had been left near the bush. My hands were cut up from the thorns, and I had blood on my jeans from scrapes on my knees. The officers took a report, wrote everything down, but they didn't seem too hopeful about catching him. They said he was smart, careful. No plates reported. No cameras in the area. I didn't walk alone at night after that. Not ever again. Even now, years later, I still feel it, that cold grip in my stomach when I walk past that part of the college. It's just a path. Just some pavement and a few streetlights. But to me, it's a place I barely escaped. The police never found him. No follow-up calls. No arrests. Just 3 girls with the same story and a man in a white truck who vanished like he was never there. I kept thinking back to that moment he looked into the dark and said, come out. Like it was a joke to him. Like it was all some twisted game. I didn't sleep well for weeks after that. Every sound outside my window made me jump. I started checking all the locks twice before bed. I carried pepper spray in my pocket, even during the day. My grandma watched me like a hawk, afraid to let me leave the house without someone else. But slowly, over time, the fear dulled. It didn't disappear, just faded into the background. I still remember it though. The feeling of hiding, of running, of pounding on the door, and not knowing if I would make it. I remember all of it like it just happened yesterday. And I never got those snacks either. Funny how something so small can lead to something that changes the way you live your life. That was the last time I ever walked to the gas station after dark. And I never will again. When I was in 4th or 5th grade, there was always something weird about the tree line at school. It wasn't so much a single event that made it unsettling, but a general feeling that something wasn't quite right about it. The school had this big, open football field, and we would play out there during recess, especially on days when the sun was high and the air had that warm, dry scent of grass and dirt. We would run, play kickball, or just chat and goof around, but whenever I glanced over at the artificial tree line on the edge of the field, I couldn't shake the sense that something was always watching. At first, I didn't think much of it. It was just a part of the landscape, the kind of thing you get used to when you're a kid and are more focused on your next game or what snacks you'll have after school. But there was this pool on the other side of the tree line, a public pool that was pretty much part of the school grounds. The field was big enough that we could see it sometimes, especially on hot days when people were at the pool. But something was always off about that spot, like the trees that surrounded the area were too close or too dark, or like the pool just didn't seem to belong. I didn't know exactly why, but I think it started becoming more noticeable when I noticed that there was always this one guy, just sitting there. It was around 3 or 4 weeks into the school year. We had been playing our usual games, but every time I'd look toward the tree line, I'd spot him. He was just sitting on the edge of the field near the trees, watching. I thought maybe it was just my imagination. I was young, so the idea of strangers around wasn't something I worried about often. But it was strange. He was always there, sitting with his legs spread out, not doing anything else, just watching the school like he had all the time in the world. I told a couple of my friends about him, but they shrugged it off. It's just a guy, they'd say. But for me, it didn't feel like just a guy. Something about the way he sat there, like he was always waiting for something to happen, set me on edge. I never saw him up close, but there was something in his posture, The way he slouched, the way his clothes hung off him that made him look off. Dirty even. His shirt was wrinkled, and he always had a hat on. It wasn't like a normal baseball cap or anything. It was this old, dark, almost worn-out hat that looked like it belonged to someone who spent way too much time outside without bothering to take care of it. One morning, during our usual running program, my mom was there. She was the one who took the morning shift supervising the run, and she always tried to make sure I was keeping up. She noticed the guy too. I didn't say anything at first, but when I saw him sitting there again, I couldn't help but point him out to her. She didn't seem worried at all. "Oh, he's probably just an employee. Maybe he's on a smoke break," she said, not even looking back at him. That made sense to me at the time, so I just let it go. But then later that day, during recess, something happened that made everything feel different. We were all out on the field, running around or talking. The sun was beating down, and the grass beneath our feet felt warm. But then, out of nowhere, this guy stood up from the edge of the field and walked right toward us. I didn't know why at first, but it was like my whole body tensed up, every nerve screaming at me that something was wrong. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach. The guy didn't stop at the edge of the field or turn away like I thought he would. Instead, he walked straight into the middle of the group, like he knew exactly where he was going. My heart started pounding. I could see some of the girls giggling, thinking it was some sort of joke, but I knew better. The closer he got, the more I could see how rough he looked. His face was scruffy, like he hadn't shaved in days. His arms were thick, and his whole body looked like someone who had been through a lot of hard times. It was as though he had just stepped out of prison or something. Then, before anyone could react, he reached out, grabbed one of the girls from our group by the arm, and pulled her toward him. It wasn't a gentle grab. It was rough, like he was trying to yank her away. I remember seeing her face go white as she screamed, and that's when everything went into chaos. It was like the world around me slowed down, but at the same time, everything was happening so fast. I looked around, and I saw the paras, those parent supervisors who were supposed to be watching over us, rushing toward the group. They weren't just standing there like usual. They were shouting. One of them, a big guy named Mr. Leary, was running right toward the guy, but there wasn't much he could do on his own. What happened next is something I'll never forget. We weren't just standing there watching anymore. We were moving. I don't know if it was adrenaline or pure instinct, but all of us, kids, boys and girls alike, sprang into action. Someone grabbed a jump rope and started swinging it at the guy, while others grabbed kickballs and threw them with everything they had. I remember rushing toward him with a couple of other kids who were in karate classes. We had all learned a few basic moves, self-defense techniques, and in that moment, we didn't hesitate. I don't think any of us really thought about it. It was just a fight-or-flight response, except none of us were running. We were fighting back. I came up behind him and used one of the basic self-defense moves I'd been taught. A quick strike to the side of his knee, trying to get him off balance. He stumbled for a second, and I felt this rush of fear, mixed with the weirdest sense of power. We were pushing him back, throwing anything we could get our hands on at him. One of the girls kicked him hard in the shin with a soccer cleat, and that made him yelp out in pain, but it didn't stop him. By the time more parents arrived, more kids were involved, and we had formed a circle around him, just pelting him with anything we could. The guy was completely overwhelmed, and it didn't take long before he collapsed to the ground. He was still trying to crawl toward the girl he had grabbed, but there were too many of us now. Mr. Leary finally reached him, holding him down with the help of other parents who had come running from the school building. The whole thing was a blur, but I remember the look on his face. The guy was totally out of it, and his eyes were wide with confusion, but there was no getting away from us. When the police arrived, they arrested him without much resistance. We later found out that the guy had been caught trying to abduct a few other kids around the area before, and this wasn't his first time. I don't know what would have happened if we hadn't fought back. It still gives me chills just thinking about it. The girl he tried to grab was shaken, but she was okay. The parents of the girl he grabbed pushed hard for charges against him, and the police didn't hesitate. They filed everything right away, and soon enough, the guy was locked up. It made the news a few days later, and the whole town was in shock. Nobody had expected something like that to happen so close to home, let alone during a normal school day. I was traumatized by the whole thing, but in a weird way, it taught me more than anything I had learned in karate. In that moment, self-defense wasn't about fancy moves or techniques. It was about doing whatever you could to protect the people around you. I remember being proud of how everyone came together. How all of us, even at that young age, stepped up and fought back. It's one of those memories that sticks with you, a defining moment of childhood that changes how you see the world. To this day, when I think back to the tree line or that guy sitting on the edge of the field, I don't get that weird, uneasy feeling anymore. It's like everything snapped into place that day, and I learned that sometimes you have to trust your instincts, even if you're not sure what's happening. And more than anything, I learned that you don't have to face things alone. Even when it seems like you're the only one who sees something wrong, there are always people around you who will step in when it counts. It was one of those gloomy afternoons in the middle of spring, the kind where the weather can't decide if it wants to rain or stay clear. I was about 11 or 12 years old, just at that age where you start to see the world differently, but don't quite understand all of it yet. My mom had been seeing this guy for a while. At first, I didn't think much of it. He seemed fine, nice even. He'd smile, buy us groceries, and act like he was doing us a favor. My mom, who'd been through her fair share of rough patches, was just looking for something stable. But looking back now, there were signs that I just didn't see back then. Small, unsettling things I couldn't quite put my finger on. He was charming when he wanted to be, always sweet and accommodating, but there was something off about him. It was like he was constantly on edge, always too quick to get defensive, like everything was a challenge. As I grew older, I learned bits and pieces about his past. He had a prenup with my mom, which at the time seemed like a smart thing. But as I found out, it was the worst decision she could have made. That prenup wasn't about security. It was a cover for something far worse. He used it to fund his gambling habit and buy and sell drugs. I don't know when exactly things started getting bad, but I began to see the change in him. The nice guy slowly disappeared, replaced by someone darker, more dangerous. The day everything escalated, I'll never forget it. We were sitting in the living room, my mom, my grandma, and me. Grandma was there visiting, and she didn't trust him from the start. She didn't like the way he looked at my mom. She always said he had a shifty look about him, but my mom was too wrapped up in the relationship to see it. It was a normal evening, or so I thought, until I heard the first raised voice. At first, it was quiet, just a heated exchange. My mom and him arguing, the words barely rising over the TV. I thought it was nothing. They argued all the time. But then, I heard him shout. I froze. This wasn't a normal fight. Something about the way his voice cut through the air sent a shiver down my spine. "I've had enough of you," he yelled. "You think you can control me?" My mom's voice shook as she responded, but I couldn't make out the words. Then, there was a thud. My heart stopped. I ran into the hallway and peeked into the living room. My mom was on the floor, her hand on her face. He was standing over her, his fist still raised. My grandma was already on her feet, trying to get in between them. I didn't know what to do. I was just a kid, scared and powerless. But what happened next, I'll never forget. Grandma, her face pale, was already dialing the police. "I'm calling the police," she shouted, her voice shaking. He turned to her, his eyes wild. He looked like a different person, like the man I'd thought I knew was gone, replaced by someone dangerous and unpredictable. Without a word, he walked over to the kitchen counter, grabbed something from the drawer. It was a pistol. He pointed it straight at my grandma's face, his finger tight around the trigger. My breath caught in my throat. "If I so much as hear you try to tell on me," he said slowly, his voice low and menacing, "I'll blast your face into a million pieces." I was frozen, my entire body rigid with fear. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My grandma stood there, too terrified to speak, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Then, something snapped inside me. I don't know what made me act. Maybe the terror of watching my grandma being threatened, or maybe just the desperation to do something. Anything, but I grabbed a knife from the kitchen counter. It wasn't a big one, just a small, sharp kitchen knife, but I didn't care. I threw it at him with everything I had. The knife sailed through the air, but it missed by inches, clattering to the floor in front of him. I had no idea what I was doing. It was stupid. It was reckless, but it was all I could think of in that moment. He looked at me, then at the knife on the floor. A slow, mocking smile spread across his face. He shook his head like I had done something ridiculous, like I was a child who didn't know what was really happening. "Stupid little kid," he sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. He turned and walked out the door, his footsteps heavy on the wooden floorboards. I heard the creak of the shed door opening, then silence. I don't know how long I stood there, but it felt like an eternity. My grandma was still on the floor, staring at the door, her hand over her mouth. My mom was crying, her body shaking with sobs, unable to get up. It felt like everything had stopped, like time itself had frozen. And then, just as I thought things couldn't get worse, he came back. In his hand was something that made my blood run cold. It was a grenade, a real one. He held it up for us to see, the metal glinting in the dim light of the hallway. "You think I'm playing?" he said, his voice eerily calm now. "I'll tie you all up and blow this house to pieces with you inside. I don't care." The fear I felt in that moment was unlike anything I've ever experienced. It was like the air had turned to lead, heavy and suffocating. I could hardly breathe. My mind raced. I didn't know what to do, how to stop him. The only thing I could think was that I needed to protect my grandma and mum, no matter the cost. I could feel the tears starting to sting my eyes, but I couldn't look away from the grenade in his hand. I was terrified that if I blinked, he might pull the pin and end it all. But then, as if from nowhere, I heard a sound. It was distant at first, like a murmur on the wind. I couldn't tell what it was, but it was growing louder. Screams, shouting, and then the unmistakable sound of sirens. Neighbors. Thank God for the neighbors. They must have heard the commotion, the arguing, the shouting, and the sound of the grenade. They had called the police. The sirens grew louder, closer, and then the front door was kicked open. I heard the officers shouting, the sound of them storming into the house, ordering him to drop the weapon. It felt like the whole world was spinning, my legs weak beneath me. I barely registered the officers as they cuffed him, dragging him out of the house. My mind was too fogged with panic to process anything. As he was led out of the house, he turned back to look at me, his eyes burning with fury. "I'll be back," he growled, his voice low and menacing. "And you'll know about it." The words echoed in my mind as the police hauled him away. I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't know if he was bluffing or if he truly meant it. But I knew one thing for sure. He wasn't going to hurt us again. After he was gone, the police made sure we were safe. They took statements, checked the house for anything else dangerous, and stayed around for hours to make sure we were okay. But no one was ever really okay after that. Not my mom, not my grandma, and certainly not me. He was arrested and taken into custody, and later, when the trial came, we found out he had a history of violence and was involved in some pretty awful things. He was sentenced to 65 years in prison. I remember thinking, in some strange way, that justice had been served. But even now, I can still hear his voice in my head. "I'll be back." It was a threat that haunted me for years. But as time passed, I came to understand something. He never did come back. I never saw him again. And eventually, the memory of that night started to fade, though the scar it left on all of us would never go away. I still think about it, though. I still wonder what would have happened if the neighbors hadn't heard, if the police hadn't shown up when they did. But I don't dwell on it too much. He's in prison now, where he belongs. And my mom, she's moved on. She's stronger now, more cautious, but stronger. Grandma, she's still here too, still keeping an eye on things, still worrying. But at least we're safe. And that's what matters. I sometimes wonder if he's really gone, or if he'll come back, as he said. But I've learned that sometimes the hardest part isn't the fear you feel in the moment. It's the waiting, the wondering if it's over, or if it's just the beginning. I had spent the entire summer with my 2 sisters and brother at my eldest sister's tiny apartment. She had taken us in to keep us away from our abusive parents, and honestly, at the time, it felt like the only safe place in the world. We lived on the 2nd floor of the building, and there was an outside stairway that led directly up to our window. Or, if you wanted to go inside, you could use the indoor stairs. We were in a neighborhood that felt both familiar and isolated at the same time. To the side of our building, there was a small bank with a secluded parking lot in the back. The lot was surrounded by dense woods and the building itself, so it was the kind of place that felt private, almost like it had its own world back there. But it wasn't the kind of place you'd usually want to go alone, especially at night. I was 13 at the time, just a kid, still dealing with everything in my life. It wasn't just the trouble with my parents that messed with my head. I was also dealing with rejection from pretty much everyone. I wasn't the prettiest or the most popular or anything like that. I remember how much it hurt, how it seemed like everyone else got what I wanted, while I was stuck feeling like I didn't even matter. That day had been one of those days, a day when everything felt too heavy. My eldest sister had always been there for me, a constant source of support. But even she couldn't fix everything. That day, though, she had a friend visiting, a guy I had liked for a long time. I had known him for a while, and it felt like maybe, just maybe, things were finally turning around. But that wasn't the case. He ended up liking my friend more, and the fact that I was just a 13-year-old girl who could never seem to get things right hit me harder than ever. I was upset. No, more than upset. I was overwhelmed. So, in a moment of frustration, I ran. I didn't really think much about where I was going, just that I needed to be alone, away from everyone. I headed straight to the back of the bank. The area was quiet, secluded, and felt like the perfect place to hide away and cry without anyone seeing. The tears came easily. It had been building for so long. I sat down on the cold concrete, tucked my knees into my chest, and let myself break down. I didn't notice the car pulling up at first. The guys in it were just sitting there, talking, laughing. I heard a voice call out, breaking me from my thoughts. "Hey, little girl, you look upset." The voice was too casual, too confident. I looked up, wiping my eyes, and that's when I saw them. For guys, the car was parked way too close, right next to where I was sitting, and they had apparently been watching me for a while. I hadn't heard them come up, hadn't even noticed them until that moment. They were leaning out of the car, looking at me with some kind of strange interest. They all had that look, like they were amused by my pain, like they thought it was funny. I turned away, embarrassed. My hands were still shaking from crying, and I started to get up to leave. But just as I moved, I heard the unmistakable sound of a car door opening. A voice came from behind me. "Come on, talk to us." My heart skipped a beat. I didn't know what to do, but I knew I didn't want to be there with them. I felt small, powerless. And then one of them said something that made my stomach twist. "Hey, why don't you come with us, little girl? We have a big knife, and you should kill yourself." The words hit me like a punch in the gut. I froze. My mind couldn't process what was happening. Before I could even react, I heard my friends calling my name. They had come looking for me, and in that moment, I was so grateful. They rushed over to me, helping me collect myself, trying to calm me down. I barely heard the guy say anything else. I couldn't focus on anything but the fact that these guys were still there, still so close. Then I saw it. One of them had a hunting knife, and he was twirling it in his hand like it was nothing. My friend, who was standing next to me, whispered that she had seen the knife and was scared. We didn't waste another second. We ran. We didn't even think twice. The only thing we could do was get out of there. We took the inside stairwell to my apartment, slamming the door behind us and locking it. I could hear my friend shaking beside me, her breath coming in short gasps as we leaned against the door. We could still hear them outside, their voices muffled but menacing. The pounding on the door started almost immediately. They were trying to break in. At the same time, there was pounding at the window beside the outside stairs. It was frantic, almost like they were testing us, trying to see how much fear they could create in us. Their voices were taunting, mocking. "We know you're in there. We're gonna have some fun with you. You can't hide forever." The pounding grew louder, and it felt like the walls were closing in. We huddled together, too scared to move, too scared to breathe too loudly. I could hear my friend's teeth chattering, but I couldn't find my voice to comfort her. The door was weak. It was an old, thin thing, and I knew if they really wanted to break it down, they could. The window beside the stairs was just as vulnerable. I kept praying that somehow, someone would hear us. That someone would stop them before they did something worse. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. The pounding never stopped. They kept calling out, trying to get us to react, to show ourselves. I kept thinking of the knife, the way he had twirled it like it was a toy. It made me sick to my stomach. My heart was racing, and every little sound outside made me jump. Every second felt like it could be the last one before they broke through. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the pounding stopped. I could hear footsteps fading away. The door slammed once more, and then there was nothing. Just silence. My mind was still spinning, trying to process what had just happened. I was frozen, still holding onto my friend, both of us staring at the door, afraid to move. It felt like the world outside had gone still. And then, suddenly, I heard the sound of the apartment door opening. My brother stepped in. We both jumped, terrified, but then, the relief washed over me in an overwhelming wave. He had been out, and I had no idea where he had been, but the timing was perfect. He had passed the guys as they were coming toward the building, and when he saw them, he must have known something was wrong. He came in, looking confused but concerned. We told him what had happened, every single detail. My friend was still shaking, and I was too scared to speak for a while. We called the police right away, but they never caught the guys. They never even found them. The whole thing just faded into nothing, leaving us all with the haunting feeling of what could have happened if my brother hadn't come home when he did. I never went back to that parking lot, and I never felt safe there again. The thought of those men, so close, so confident, still made my skin crawl. I knew that if my brother hadn't walked in when he did, things could have gone much differently. I tried to push it out of my mind, tried to convince myself that I was safe now, but I could never forget the feeling of being watched, of being hunted. And it wasn't just that day. It was the way that moment changed everything. It made me realize how fragile safety could be, how quickly things could go from normal to terrifying. I had learned that, no matter how strong or brave I thought I was, there were always people out there who would use that against you. People who would hurt you just because they could. That summer, I would never forget. It was the summer I learned what true fear was and how close the edge really was. And in the end, it was also the summer I realized that sometimes it's not just about running away. It's about holding on to what little safety you have and never letting go.